Good evening. Are you guys ready? You ready? Check 1, 2. Mrs. Jackson? Not yet, but it will be shortly. Hey, Eddie. Okay, you guys, you ready? Ms. Wilcox, you leaving me? We going to have these people move out, the ones that are standing? Ms. Wilcox, did we make a decision on what was going to happen? Did we make a decision on what was going to happen?
Visitors room so that the overflow attendees can wait down there until it's their turn to speak and then come up to speak. So we'll just a moment, we'll determine if that's possible.
So they're going to,
They're recently, they,
hey there, how we doing?
Six B.
Okay, good evening, everybody.
The issue we're dealing with right now is that unfortunately we can't have individuals standing in the exit aisles because in case of an emergency, there could be issues with regard to safety. So what we're doing is we're working right now with our IT folks to use the community room A. We want to broadcast down there, have you go down to community room A, all those who are standing. And then what we'll do is if you want to come up to be able to talk, we'll allow time for you to be able to make your way up during that time period. So we just want to make sure everybody's safe, obviously, and this is hopefully an opportunity to be able to address these issues. So they're looking into that right now. For the sake of time, Chair, we can go ahead and give them several minutes to get. I'm looking at them going down the elevator right now. Give us about 10 minutes to figure this out. Thank you. And thank everybody for assisting in this issue and understanding. Appreciate it. And while we're waiting, Chair and Commissioners, if you can peruse some of the information that's been handed out to you, it's a great chance to get caught up with some of these things in case there's any questions.
I have a question for the audience. Majority of by a show of hands, could you let us know if you're here for the bingo process? Okay. Okay, we're gonna see if we can move that agenda up first. We're gonna make a motion on that. Okay.
Once we open the meeting, Motion, second, and then we'll revote. All right?
He can't make the motion.
He can't vote.
Did you make that motion? Okay. I was trying to get you to make a motion, but she's gonna make the motion. To, you know Carolyn, right? You know, right there. Good? Okay. You guys good? Okay, we're gonna get started, okay? Okay, you guys ready? Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and get started with our meeting. We're going to have Commissioner Rice lead us in our pledge. If you would stand. Gentlemen, can you remove your hats, please?
Raise the flag, right hand over your heart. Begin. I pledge
First of all, we want to thank you for being patient with us. We had a little dilemma on getting everything started, but we're going to be started. We're going to move rather rapidly through this meeting. Can I get a roll call, Madam Secretary?
Commissioner Fowler,
Here.
Commissioner Rice,
here.
Commissioner Trejo,
Here.
Commissioner Shaw Williams,
Here.
Chairman Springs.
Here. Any communications from staff?
Yes, Chairman, I would like to note that we have received one item of communication for item 6B from the Los Angeles County Sanitation District. And would also note that there's a revised resolution for item 6D that's been posted online and that has not been posted online because it was just recently changed, but we do have copies here for the public to view. And also would just like to note, we have a revised recommendation format in the staff report that breaks out the different options. Let us know if you have any questions on that.
One other thing, I'm going to take director liberty on this. I have the unfortunate responsibility of, I think you've heard that unfortunately, our planning manager, Miss Mindy Wilcox, is going to be leaving the city. I wanted to, first of all, thank her for all of her dedication, all of her consistency, all of the opportunities that she's peered through to make this city better. Mindy has had her hand for some 14 years with the city. on every aspect of not only the development, but all of the entitlements that are associated with that, all of our what we call long-term or long-range planning, which is all of the changes to the code to make this city better and more vibrant. And as much as I begged and pleaded for her to stay, we certainly understand the circumstances why she has decided to leave the city. And I'll let her share with you individually, and you'll have an opportunity to be able to talk to her individually about where she's going to be going. But we are really proud of her service to the city. This will be her last planning commission meeting because you guys only meet once a month. And but she has given me extraordinary amount of time to work through this transitional period. So I want to commend her on the work well done. And and I'm sure you'll have some comments to say, but if you don't mind, can we just give her an applaud for? Don't drop it. So with that, if Mindy, you want to add a few words, I don't want to rob you
Yeah.
of this moment.
Thank you all so much. I cannot tell you how difficult it is to leave such a wonderful workplace, such a wonderful commission. I've been so fortunate for all the wonderful people I've worked with and so many amazing projects that I've gotten to work on. I'm a very lucky planner, and I cannot tell you how much I will miss everyone. But I will be back to visit, and I'll attend planning commission meetings, and I look forward to that.
Okay, very good. Well, I want to say something, Ms. Wilcox, on this. You know, when a family gets together, they stay together. They do not depart. So I'm really kind of disappointed that you're leaving. I know that there must be something better for you, but we have a family here, and now you're leaving the family. So you're not leaving because you're getting married. I'm assuming because you're already married. So I'm trying to figure out, why would you leave such a great city, a great director, a good assistant manager, good planners like Eddie, and great secretary and great commissioners? I'm not understanding why would you want to do that. Is it more money? Just asking. Congratulations, though. And I'm gonna turn it over to the mic. If we can give them at least another 60 seconds for each commissioner to express their thoughts on Mindy leaving us.
Well, I'd like to start, since my time with Mindy has been brief but effective. I've learned so much from her, seen her operate, her commitment to her responsibilities. She goes over and beyond on everything. Her interaction with the community, just making sure we have everything. I'm about to cry, actually, because I'm like, wow, I was just getting started. So we'll miss you, but I understand things happen. But I'm holding you to you're going to be available to us, especially to me. Thank you.
Mindy, I found out about your departure probably about 7 minutes before everyone else did, and it was shocking to me. And I had to find a place to digest it. And I went right to a scripture that talks about raising children up in which way they should go. And you have been aided in your raising through the city of Inglewood, and you've done a spectacular job here. And I would expect nothing more than for you to continue your career. I'm proud of you. Thank you so much, and I'm going to hold you to that commitment to revisit the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Mindy, I'm the longest serving commissioner here, and I've seen you grow and blossom as prior to your even being planning manager and then coming up. And it has been a wonderful thing to see. And you have been such a great, great asset to the city of Inglewood. with your with your knowledge, with your patience, with your delivery of information to us that make it easier for us to make decisions. And also for all of the service, help, and assistance you've given the commission when we've traveled to gain more knowledge to help us on the commission. That to me is just, even under circumstances that we probably would have pulled our hair out, you were just so patient and got us through it. And I will be eternally grateful to you, and I'm going to cry, so I'm going to stop right there.
I feel like, Ide, this is tough. Mindy was the first person that reached out to me when I got appointed. And just her grace and her calmingness made me feel at ease to do this. I love traveling with you. You've always been a class act, always taken really good care of us and made sure we didn't have to need or want for anything, be it we're traveling or be it when we're here doing what we're supposed to do in terms of meeting the public and doing our agendas. I just want to thank you, Mindy. You're a special person. Hopefully, you and I will connect in Trader Joe's every now and then. You know what I mean? And I wish you nothing but the best and blessings for you and your family. Thank you, Mindy.
I'm gonna close it out, Ms. Wilcox. You've been a delight, especially for me as the chair, and you brought a lot of information to me that I desperately needed. And we're gonna miss you tremendously, especially when we go on these trips. We're gonna figure out who's gonna pay the bills now. So, but we're gonna hold you to that because I have your cell number. So we're gonna hold you to that. We all have your cell number, so we're gonna hold you to that. But good luck to you and congratulations to you. Okay.
Thank you, commissioners. You're all very kind words. And my next step, I'm taking a job with the state that's going to allow me a little more flexibility to be more available for my kids.
Yeah, that's
Okay. Well, if you're taking a job with the state, we have some talking to do here. Okay, we're going to continue with our meeting. Public comments regarding agenda items. Person wishing to address the Planning Commission on any items on the agenda other than the public hearing may do so at this time. Hearing none, seeing none, we're going to close that segment. And I need to get an approval on the minutes for October 4th, 2023.
Motion to approve the minutes for October 24th, 2023.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second for the approval of the minutes for October 4th, 2023. We'll call for any questions. Hearing none, we'll call for the vote.
Commissioner Fowler,
Aye.
Commissioner Rice,
Aye.
Commissioner Trejo,
abstain, I was not in attendance.
Commissioner Shaw Williams,
Abstain. I was not in attendance at the October 4th, 2023 meeting.
Chairman Springs.
Aye. Madam Secretary, 6A, please. I'm sorry. I apologize. Is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move item D up into the priority for the agenda, Chair. Second, somebody, oh, you can't.
You hear the motion? Okay, will you repeat the motion, please?
You would have to talk on the microphone,
Take the
please.
mic.
I make a motion to move item D up on the agenda to a priority.
Second,
Thank you.
It's properly moved in second. Is there any questions? Okay, we'll call for this vote.
Commissioner Fowler,
Aye.
Commissioner Rice,
Abstain.
Commissioner Trejo,
aye.
Commissioner Shaw Williams,
Aye.
Chairman Springs.
Aye. Mr. Commissioner Rice?
I'm going to recuse myself from this particular item of 6C because I may potentially be the contractor for this project.
Madam Secretary?
D as in David or B as in boy? D is in David.
D's and David.
Public item 6D. A public hearing to consider an application by Kia Childress for a special use permit number SP 23-00023 to allow 1, large assembly use for a bingo hall, and 2, alternative modes of transportation on an approximately 33,500 square foot SC commercial service zone property at 685 South La Brea Avenue.
Chairman Springs and Commission, the file is present and notice has been given in the form and manner as required by law. Staff received no correspondence from the public on this item, and Planner Christine Rivera is present to do a short staff presentation.
Good evening, Chairman Springs and members of the Commission. The subject site for the special use permit is located at 685 South La Brea Avenue and is zoned CS Commercial Service. The property is located on La Brea Avenue with residential uses to the north and west and commercial uses to the north, south, and east. The applicant is proposing a large assembly use for a bingo hall and alternative modes of transportation. The subject site was constructed in 1938. There are 4 vacant tenant spaces on the lot. All tenant spaces are vacant. The applicant is proposing a bingo hall in 1 tenant space. Hours of operation will be from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. daily. The existing building will be maintained by the applicant to ensure that it maintains curb appeal. Alternative modes of transportation allows other forms of transportation that result in a reduced demand for on-site parking. This is utilized at this subject site due to no on-site parking for the bingo hall use. Due to a requirement of 58 parking spaces for the bingo hall, the applicant is requesting this alternative mode of transportation for valet services. The valet will be stationed in front of the bingo hall and will take vehicles to an off-site parking lot. There will be a shuttle or van there to transport the valet person and only the valet person back to the bingo hall. If approved, a covenant and agreement will be recorded to provide the required off-site parking for the bingo hall during its hours of operation. As conditioned, the proposed project will serve as an enhancement to its neighborhood setting and will be compatible with the surrounding area. The proposed project is consistent with the general plan and compatible with the active transportation plan and Inglewood Energy and Climate Action Plan goals. If the Planning Commission approves the request, the applicant will be required to complete the site plan review process. No comments were received for or against the request, and it is exempt from further environmental review. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions the Commission might have. The applicant is also here tonight to answer any questions.
Thank you. We're going to open up questions for you. We're going to start with Commissioner Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because that is, am I understanding correctly, there is residential behind that?
Yes.
So what are the proposed hours of operation?
The proposed hours are 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. daily,
How many days?
7 days a week.
7 days a week?
Yeah.
And I saw the floor plan, so what's the capacity?
So they will have 288 seats.
Okay, I think that's the only question I have for right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Trio?
Yes, on the 288 fixed seat, will they be, are they planning on, and maybe this is something for the applicant, they're not planning on bringing in non-fixed seats, are they?
No, so it will be fixed seats.
Okay, so they won't be bringing in,
Well, the tables are fixed, but the seats are not fixed, so you can move the seats, but it will be 288
Okay.
seats.
Okay, so what's the occupancy of the building?
That I do not know. I
Okay.
can find that out.
I'd like to know, please. I guess my other questions are for the applicant, so.
Okay.
Commissioner Shaw Williams?
I have two,
I'm finished, thank you, for now.
Commissioner Shaw Williams?
I have two questions. Because I don't gamble, is there bingo at Hollywood Park Casino? Does anyone know?
No.
No? Okay. Also, is this the only bingo, would this be the only bingo hall in Inglewood that we know of?
There has been bingo in the past, but this is the only bingo hall, or will be the only bingo hall if approved.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
I'm going to reserve my questions for the applicant. Thank you very much, appreciate you. If the applicant is here, can you go to the mic and tell us about this particular project, why we should approve this particular project? And please give us your name. Yes, you are allowed to show them.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can't hear.
Do I need to do something to this? Hello?
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, she needs to be louder. The volume.
Hello? Oh, that's good?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Jennifer Young, Executive Director for Home at Last Community Development Corporation. Home at Last provides temporary and permanent housing to individuals who are experiencing homelessness. We currently have transitional age youth shelters for the ages of 16 and 24. We also have housing opportunities for single adults, as well as family who are in need of housing. Inside of our housing sites, we have case management services who provides advocacy, linkage support, as well as job readiness skills to those who are looking or seeking to regain employment. And we also have medical services, which consist of clinical support, where we have mental health providers to process the complexities of homelessness, their experiences, to create emotional and mental stability. And we also have nursing support and a medical director, because we do receive individuals who come directly from off the street into our housing sites. So the bingo hall serves as a simple idea for Home at Last. We want to remain a part of the solution to a very complex situation as homelessness. We would like to increase housing opportunities to those who are in need. And what the bingo hall serves is a fundraising opportunity for us to be able to have individuals to come in, build a sense of community here in Inglewood, have a good time, learn from their neighbors to the left and the right of them, and walk away knowing that they're contributing and donating to the solution, the very complex solution of ending homelessness. And so we're looking with this bingo hall. It acts and it serves for a fundraiser for Home at Last, where we are able to provide employment opportunities within the community and to those who are in need, especially for those who are looking for a supplemental income who's on the brink of losing their housing because the cost of living is so high. And it also gives an opportunity for us to be of service and to continue to expand and be a part of the solution of ending homelessness. And so what I would like to do is introduce Steve about the layout of what this bingo hall will look like, as well as speak to the bingo operations and what that will entail. And we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Hi, I'm Steve Brabson. I'm the architect for this project. In particular, I worked on the exterior facade of the building. Wanted to talk a little bit about that. The building itself is very, very long with almost no openings. Dehumanizing, a little bit anonymous. Our job was to bring this long facade to life, and our strategy was to emphasize, to lean into this long horizontality with a long canopy that runs along the building. I don't know if maybe you guys could turn and show the
exterior.
the exterior.
Oh, okay.
We are proposing, along with this canopy, which runs along the facade, the entire length of the facade, giving it sort of an elegance to the length, also a backlit perforated metal, which is shining back onto the building, so it's an indirect light, it's not glaring, but it gives the facade a sort of a lightness and an airiness, and I think it could be quite beautiful. We've indicated the two uses along the building with signage on top of the canopy. One of them is the bingo hall, which we have a number of ovals which are backlit and which will signify the entrance with this sort of grand lit up cove, if you will. And the restaurant has opening up windows to the street, so we're taking back this anonymous facade and making a connection with the street with it. We think it's going to be a really nice addition to this block, and will bring some life and levity to it. That was the extent of my work on the project so far. So as far as the layout of the bingo hall goes, it's pretty much one big room with fixed seating, as we've discussed. Not very complex in terms of the layout. It has a beautiful vaulted ceiling, which we are preserving and will light up indirectly. It's worth just lighting it up, and it speaks for itself. It's a beautiful building from the inside. Thanks.
Chairman, just would like to note one thing. As the applicant progressed through the special use permit process, we were not made aware that there were going to be exterior modifications to the building proposed, which is why that's not reflected in your staff report. So just want to note that. So it doesn't require any additional entitlements, but we would be reviewing the exterior modifications during site plan review.
Okay.
So my name is Dale Skitt. I've worked in the nonprofit charitable industry for about 35 years, in particular with bingo. And this project is kind of dear to my heart because I believe in what they're trying to achieve. They're using the fundraising from bingo to help the homeless and to get them back up on their feet and teach them life skills so they can be, a good, strong, group member of the city. So the money that they're going to generate, that they can put back into their infrastructure of helping people get off the streets, is huge. And we have another group in Arizona that's very similar to this called New Leaf, but they help with domestic violence. They've had a commercial hall for over 30 years in Arizona, and it's done wonders for the people of Phoenix, Arizona. And I know people that have been personally affected who have gone through domestic violence issues, that the charity has basically taken them from that environment, put them up, help them get a job, help them get on their feet, get the kids away from the domestic violence. Well, this is a similar situation over here. You have an opportunity to do great things. Oh, sorry, could you hear me?
That better.
Okay. So they can do great things with what they're trying to achieve, and bingo's a big part of it. It is a social form of gambling, but it is, most people know, like a lot of Catholic churches, they were built on bingo. They were fundraising through bingo 60 years ago. A lot of our Catholic churches were built using bingo. And, you know, like I said, the opportunity that they're providing the people of your city is amazing. And you get a lot of Elks Lodges, American Legions that play bingo. It's a social form. But it, you know, it gives the elderly couple a night out, and they can go out and enjoy themselves and play. Sorry, Mr. Springs. I'm not used to speaking in public, so apologize. But they can go. They also go out and they get to play bingo. And one thing about bingo for the elderly, it helps keep their mind active. It keeps them involved in the community too, because at least they get out of their house and they can do things. So there's a lot of benefits to bingo that people don't really understand. And this is one of the good sides of bingo that you'll see, because there's a lot of different operations, but this is something that's going to benefit your community tremendously. Just know it will.
Are there any questions for us?
Is everybody finished speaking back here?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Oh, yeah. Well, no.
Just really quick, my name is Steve Gopin. I run a bingo hall in Milpitas, California for about 4 years now. And to answer the commissioner's questions about the square footage, we have 15,000 square feet and we have 415 tables. So that 33,000 square feet is plenty for that. And as Dale mentioned, people look forward to bingo, especially the elderly. You want to make a better and more vibrant Inglewood. This is a way to do it. So.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I think seriously we're done this time.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so just remain where you are. We're going to have some questions for you. So we're going to start our questioning with Commissioner Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to start with the facility, the outside facility. So perhaps the gentleman that did that might want to step to the mic. So what materials are you using there? And it looks beautiful now, but I'm trying to understand the content so that 5 years from now, it would still look like that.
Yeah, those are both good questions. So we've taken those questions seriously, knowing that this is going to be blasted by the sun, Southern California sun, and these things do wear, and that's a concern of ours. So we have built full-scale mock-ups, including lighting, the actual materials. So we know aesthetically it's going to look amazing. We have done this technology on another project 5 years ago, and it's still looking the same as the day that we opened. On the upper part, you can see the perforated metal is stainless steel sheet. It's about 1/8 of an inch thick, and it's on standoffs off of the building. And then the wall, there's LED tape light, which backlights against the wall, and that reflects through the holes in the metal. That metal will be painted with a Rust-Oleum type product, plus stainless steel won't rust. So, and we will be installing it so it's true and straight and looks good. There's a second part below that, which we are going to CNC marine grade plywood. It's going to be painted. It's going to have brass wrapped around the edges of it. And again, we've done a prototype. We've weatherproofed it. We've done water on it. We've left it out in the sun. It's holding up. It's specified to be exterior grade. So we've put a lot of thought into it, and I think it's going to be good and it's going to last.
Thank you. My next piece had to do with the foliage. We're looking to really be green here in Inglewood. So I know that's probably just a mock-up, but I'd like to see a lot more. Is there planning for more trees, or what is the plan for that? I mean, maybe ask that.
I have not addressed that, but we would like to have more trees as well, of course.
Okay. I heard the mention of, I didn't understand. You said you had a project similar in Arizona. What was the name?
No,
of it?
in Hollywood.
Oh, in Hollywood. Oh, this gentleman said Arizona.
Oh,
I
I'm
know I
sorry.
heard Arizona somewhere.
That was another bingo hall. I'm talking about the aesthetic in another project.
Yeah,
so,
no, I'm through with the aesthetics, thank you.
okay. Okay.
But I did hear the mention of a restaurant, which I wasn't clear about that. So talk to me about food service and what you had in mind. Did I hear the word restaurant? Maybe I misunderstood.
Yes, there is a restaurant that is already permitted, and it's separate from the bingo hall, but it is on the property.
And the hours for the restaurant would be similar?
Yes.
Okay. Accessibility. What measures have you taken from the accessibility aspect as well as things like defibrillators and so forth? Because you're talking about seniors, so I'm interested in making sure that their safety is first and a priority.
The amount of space in the front of the building as you approach from the sidewalk has plenty of room to make the building fully accessible with ramps.
Ramps, okay.
Yeah, that's the obvious choice. It looks better. We're not going to have lifts or anything like that. And of course, the bathrooms will be accessible. Yeah.
Okay, two more real quick. How many restrooms are there approximately? What's the estimate?
I think there's, I believe, 8 plumbing fixtures total.
Okay.
18 just for the bingo hall. Okay. 18. I apologize.
Is
Yeah.
that correct? Thank you. And then just a couple more. You also mentioned this shuttle. How many shuttles were you planning to have?
Just two.
2 shuttles, okay. And then staffing. We're always anxious to have our residents be considered.
Yeah,
How
absolutely.
about how many staff will you have?
So for staffing, we do have a security team that'll be on site, along with some management staff, 5 to 10 from the nonprofit. Plus, primarily, a lot of bingo halls are operated by volunteers, so we rely heavily on that.
So how many people would you be hiring outside of the existing staff approximately? I'm just trying to understand.
We would have 20.
20.
We have 20. And we would definitely be hiring from within the city of Inglewood.
And what is your security plan?
We're going to have Michael explain this part of it.
Last question.
Good evening. So for our security plan,
Can you give us your name, please?
I'm Michael Young with Home at Last. So for our security plan, there are,
Yeah, you have to stay behind that glass. Thank you. And you can hold it up.
so for our security plan, right now where we designed out, we have, far as in the parking lot, so the parking lot is going to be valet. So the shuttles are only to take the valet back and forth to get people cars and bring them to the bingo hall. Security-wise, there's two security, and besides valet, there's 2 security in the parking lot. Inside the bingo hall, there is approximately 8 security, and then on the outside, there's 2, and then in the alley, there's 2.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Trio?
Since you're there already, I've got some additional questions on security. Now you propose to operate from 10 to 5?
From 5 p.m.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
5 to 10 p.m.
So 5 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay, so that's the number of securities you'll have for those 5 hours?
For those 5 hours, yes.
Okay, okay.
Well, actually until 11, so you have people time bingo ends at 10, and then, 30, 45 minutes for people to get into their cars and make sure they're safely back to their cars.
Correct, thank you. I've got some other questions. I'm not sure who's going to answer them, but graffiti prevention. Is your material Is your material something that if somebody passes by and they spray paint it, that it comes off easily?
Well, I wouldn't say
What?
easily, but it's stainless steel, so we can pressure washer it, and there are certain chemicals that we use with stainless steel that can easily come off.
Okay, now how often would you clear that up?
So we just giving you an example. So we have uh, different sites in the city of Los
Bring
Angeles
your
to
mic up.
where we have different sites in the city of Los Angeles to where we're in some areas that are highly graffiti. So it usually takes us if it happens just say like a Sunday night, we usually get it off Monday morning because we have a maintenance team of 10 people that goes around to our buildings on a daily basis just to make sure everything is operable. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Um, And you say that I guess this is a question or a comment to the architect. The facade is backlit, you said?
Yes. So we're going to have the metal standing off of the building with a Z clip, something that is screwed into it, and there's enough space behind the metal that we can put the LED lights on the metal shining back towards the building, so you get an indirect light shining through the holes. It's kind of a soft. It's not a flashy in your lights, kind of in your eyes, kind of thing. It's a soft.
It
light.
sounds good. What's the maintenance schedule for any of these lights that will go out?
All of the panels will be secured with screws, which can be removed. And LEDs, in theory, last 10,000 hours, but of course that's not always the case. So we are going to be installing the drivers, the transformers, the lights, so that they can be accessed by someone at any easily and replaced.
Okay. Is a maintenance program, will that be part of a site plan review to ensure that what we are being told will actually be done? Like a regular maintenance? I know there's some conditions there about regular maintenance, so.
Yeah, it would be the conditions that we've included in the resolution that we would be following to ensure there's regular maintenance or adequate maintenance occurring.
Okay. I have one more question on the restaurant. Now, one more question that involves the restaurant. Now, is the restaurant a part of your operation?
So the restaurant is there. So the restaurant is there, and we are the operators of the restaurant. So it's not a part of Bingo because it's its own separate building. So, but we are the operators of of the restaurant.
You sell liquor there? Beer and wine?
Yes.
Hard liquor also, or just beer and wine?
It's full. It's full. It's full 47. Yes.
How many employment opportunities will be there? You mentioned that part of the fundraising is for the homeless programs and providing employment opportunities.
So you for the bingo hall or for the restaurant?
Well, for bingo, which is what we have before us.
Okay. So the bingo hall is there's 20. So there's security. So security is one thing. So security is 20 people for security. Janitorial wise, there's another 10 people, and then for service wise, we can do another 10 to 15.
You've got about 40. And Mr. Young, you are the you're the general manager, or?
I am one of the executive directors of Home at Last, a nonprofit. Jennifer Young is the executive director, and I'm the co-executive director. We're husband and wife.
Oh, okay. Okay, because you both have a lot of information on it. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
I guess for right now, that's all I have. I'm sure I'll have other comments later. Thank you.
Commissioner, just wanted to add one thing in regards to maintenance. One of the revisions made in the updated resolution is a requirement that the project return after 6 months for a review.
Oh, good, because that's one thing I was going to request. Great, thank you.
Commissioner Shaw Williams?
Yes, I have a question regarding other organizations using the bingo hall as a fundraiser. Would that be allowed? Can other nonprofit organizations come in and rent the hall to be able to use? Or is it strictly just for Home at Last?
No, it'll be other organizations as well. We'll be able to partner with other nonprofit organizations to come in for different nights, Monday night, Wednesday night. We're just opening up to all nonprofits.
Okay,
Oh.
that's good to hear. Also, the shuttles, will they have security cameras on the shuttles? I'm just concerned with transporting people back and forth with,
Okay.
you know.
So the shuttle is only for the valet people. It's not for the actual client. We shuttle them. We shuttle the valet person to the parking lot. They pick the car up and then bring it to the client. I'm sorry. We deal with homelessness every day. We bring it to the participant.
Oh, okay. Okay, because I
guest,
was under
I'm
the
sorry.
impression that,
We
yeah,
bring
I
it to
was
the
under
guest.
the impression that people who are playing bingo are getting in these shuttles and going
No.
to the offsite.
No, they're just going to the they're just going to the
okay.
parking lot that's on the side, and then
Okay.
giving a ticket to the valet person. They go to the they go a block down to the parking lot, bring their car back.
Okay, good. Glad to hear that. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Commissioner Trail, you had another question?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the site will be used only for bingo. No weddings, parties, celebrations, quinceañeras, none of that, right?
No, there are fixed tables, so it's only bingo 5 to 10.
Okay. And as far as food and drinks, that won't be served there, but you're going to allow the drinks for individuals to bring in what they will consume.
No,
right?
no, you can't
No.
bring in outside. Inside, we have a what do you call it? What you guys have? Yeah, we have a snack shop or like a vending machine to where they can get a drink or something like that. But you're not, or like coffee or juice. But you're not able to bring in like your own like alcohol or anything into the bingo hall. That's not allowed.
Because I thought I read in the report, maybe I misread it,
You did not.
that,
I'm going to read it to you.
The food and drinks are the vending machine, basically.
okay, vending machine. Well, I'm sure that I will condition some of that. So no on other types of celebrations, vending machine only. What do you think of, and maybe this is a question for staff, I have a big concern now because of the state of the world and shootings that take place. And I'm particularly concerned when there is a main entrance directly from the sidewalk. I am looking at perhaps requiring like an anteroom, a vestibule, to be installed there that would open up to the vestibule when you come in from the outside. The architect's here too. When you come in from the outside, you would walk into an anteroom and then you walk into the main room. I think it's just a sort of a preventive, whatever, foyer is another word for it. That's a preventive measure, in my opinion, that would prevent the type of situations that are so common, unfortunately so common now. The architect, is it Mr. Bradstone?
Yeah, Brabson.
Bradston, I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course, we can work with you, and it's fairly generous entry, as I said, so we could create a space where people wouldn't have to queue up on the sidewalk. They could maybe come into an inner room before they get through the gates or whatever it is, that we would be willing to work with you on that, of course.
Okay. Okay, that's it for now, thank you.
Okay, very good. I have a couple of questions for you, and I'm just going to go back over some of the statements that were given out. In our packet here, it indicates that the bingo hall will be open to the public. The hours of operation for the bingo hall are proposed to be 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. daily. No food or drinks will be served. That's what our package tells us. However, applicant has indicated that the patrons would be permitted to bring in food for their consumption. That's what it says here. So I need to know, would someone be able to bring in a sack lunch or brown bag or something?
No outside food or no outside food or.
So this is incorrect then,
This,
Mrs. Wilcox?
Um,
And you come to the mic, please, ma'am.
We're saying that,
Okay.
but there are vending machines in the foyer area that they can have a snack or something like that, but inside the bingo hall, they're not eating in there, or we're not serving drinks or anything. But the vending machines, it will be accessible for them to get water, get juice, get something from the vending machine, but they can't bring anything from the outside in.
Okay, very good.
And
Thank
we
you.
aren't serving anything to them.
Okay. Another thing that was in our packet, it indicated that in 20,
in regards to the food, just would like to note that in the process of preparing that for the special use permit, the applicant did tell us specifically that patrons would be allowed to bring takeout from outside restaurants into the bingo hall, which is why that's reflected in the staff report.
I see. Okay. Well, I have something else, Ms. Wilcox and staff. On one of the first pages, it indicates that the special use permit was given in 2011. And there was a beer, wine, and still spirits provided. Live entertainment utilized, spacious parking for frequent users. So is that, and I need to ask you that question as well, is that beer, wine, and still spirits available?
Not for the bingo hall. So that is for the restaurant next door. But the bingo hall, 685 South La Brea, no.
The
There's
restaurant
no-
has to
there-
be 675.
That's 675, that's next door. But for like that SUP is for the restaurant, that's not for the bingo hall.
Okay, so let's say that I'm playing bingo and all of a sudden I'm on a winning streak, but I'm getting hungry as well. So now I want to step out and I want to go to the restaurant. So I go over to the restaurant and I get me a meal, but then I want them to bag it for me so I can take it back over to the bingo table. Is that permissible?
No. If you go, so I play bingo as well, up north at there are a couple of bingo halls. So in bingo, when you're playing bingo, most of the time people are looking down and just focus on the number. It's very quiet. It's a very quiet game, and they
Kind of cut off.
Hello? Okay. So you do have breaks within bingo for you to grab a snack, but usually you're not grabbing, a burger and fries or, something. You're just grabbing a snack because the next game's about to start within 5 minutes. So bingo is a game that's very focused, and it's and you you drink and eat like just during snack time so you can get back to the game.
I understand. Okay. A couple more questions here really quickly. The bingo is run by the state. Is it run by the state? Is there state rules and regulations for the game of bingo? And if there is, are we permitted to to have that information so we can make a wise decision on how the game is actually run or what procedures you have to go through to have a bingo hall?
The state of California has a bingo, provides all the bingo license, and we will be compliant with all the rules and regulations for the state of California.
Is there money being exchanged in a bingo hall?
Yes,
So someone would have to come and buy the bingo cards. Am I correct in saying that?
that's correct, yes.
So is there an area where they go to get their bingo cards? Is this a secure area? Is there a camera there? Something to protect both the patrons and the
Yes,
clients?
basically a bingo hall has the same camera as a bank would. So they would see all the transactions, who's coming in and out, all the side entrances, everything except the bathrooms, obviously. And to answer your question, there's a buy-in that's set bingo hall.
I think, everybody understand his statement?
While the microphone is having an issue, I can interrupt briefly. The city of Inglewood does have ordinances regulating bingo. It's 8-82 through 8-82.3. There are also bingo rules and regulations that are adopted by the city council, and they will provide for a permits and licensing procedure with permits and licensing, and also with the city manager. So.
Okay, thank you.
I won't touch it. All right. I'm sorry, did I answer all your questions about the buy-in procedure?
You did. Our
Okay.
city manager helped
Okay,
us out a
thank
great
you.
deal while you were over there playing with that microphone.
Okay.
We had. Okay, I think that's it. I'm gonna open it up for any more questions from the commissioners, and then we're gonna go to another direction. So Commissioner Fowler, you have any other questions? 30 seconds, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question, because it is the community, I didn't ask about soundproofing and how, will there be a lot of noise? Are you planning on having DJ, bands, whatever, or?
So bingo is
It's a quiet.
it's almost like a library in there. When you playing bingo, everybody's quiet until somebody yells bingo. Pretty much it. And far as soundproofing, the building is surrounded by concrete walls.
Okay.
So it's concrete all the way around, and it has high vaulted ceiling that we're going to soundproof in the ceiling. So it won't be very loud inside of bingo.
Thank you.
Commissioner Trejo?
The only other question I had is there a connecting door from the restaurant to the bingo hall?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Which means you have to go outside and then come back in?
Yes.
Is it reservations for the restaurant?
No.
What kind of food do you serve? Commissioner Shaw Williams, please.
Hi, I'm just curious, when you go to Las Vegas, you always see these signs that say gamble responsibly. Are you guys going to be doing that with some patrons who look like they're having a tough time and losing a lot of money?
Yeah, there's absolutely. There's in our advertisement we have the Gamblers Anonymous, and if we do see just common sense, someone that doesn't have the money and to play bingo or they're homeless or what have you, living in their car, we've had those instances up north, and we are responsible. We deal those responsibly. So to answer your question, yes, we're aware of that and very focused on that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, we're going to close this particular segment, and we're going to invite anyone who wants to talk about this particular project, either for or against this particular project. You can do so at this time. You actually have 2 minutes, and we're going to have a timer on that, please. If you want to talk for the project or against the project, you have 2 minutes, and you can go to the mic. Just give us your name.
Chair, we also want to make sure that anybody that's in the overflow
Understood.
now is given an opportunity to be able to come up as well.
Okay, so those individuals that are in the overflow area in Community Room A, you can make your way up the elevator and come into the chambers if you want to share something. We're going to wait about a couple of minutes just in the event. Security, can you see if somebody's coming up for us? Thank you.
We're checking now, Chair. Thank you.
Good evening. Okay. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is LaShonda Lambert. I'm a resident of Inglewood and an advocate bingo player. And it would be great to have bingo once again in Inglewood. I travel 30 to 40 minutes 3 times a week to play bingo. And I would love to get off of work by the airport and drive 20 minutes to play 15 minutes from my house. So it used to be at Hollywood Casino Park, and it was wonderful. Everybody had a great time. The seniors, the middle class, the middle age, the young people. So we would love for it to come back.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Please give us your name.
My name is Jasmine Perez. I actually was listening downstairs, and I have a few questions that weren't addressed, and I'm actually really surprised at this information.
At this particular point, it's not about questions. It's you're either
Well, these
for
are my
this
comments.
particular project.
These are my comments.
Hold on, ma'am. Let me tell you. Since you were in the elevator,
Sorry?
we're speaking on either you're for the project or you're against the project.
Against the project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us why.
And I'm really surprised because I think in all of this, there's a lot of talk about the charitable aspects of this bingo hall. There are no statistics that were provided to the community about what this bingo hall actually will be doing. It doesn't sound like there are a lot of job opportunities. From what I understand, it's volunteer-based. What are the statistics? How are the mechanics of this actually going to work? What are they doing for the homeless community? I don't really understand how this organization is functioning and working, and I think that that's a really big issue that they're not bringing to the community. It sounds like some sort of, I don't know, front to me. That's my opinion, but I just wanted to make that very known because I think when you're presenting a big project like this to a community, you should be providing those statistics to the community. That's my part.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. Vaughn Williams III, 3020 West 82nd Street in the city of Inglewood. I support this project for a number of reasons. One, Home at Last stands for economic empowerment and development of individuals who have pretty much lost hope. The job count, as I counted, was about 45 positions for a 5-hour shift. That's a pretty good number, in my opinion, based on the fact that individuals who are sustaining economic loss need resources. So for me, the opportunity to be involved in such a project allows me to see a vision go forth for individuals who have lost hope, who have lost homes, and are destitute in some form or another. Job training, I heard. I also heard the ability to create an opportunity for individuals to have a holistic approach to regaining sustainable lifestyles. So for that, I say the project should go forth. I also support the project in the sense that when you think of economic vitality, you think of job creation, and you think of an opportunity to create a new way of life for individuals. So that is why I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Gino Brooks, and I am for the project. I'm not originally from California, but I like to say I got my first opportunity right around the corner, in the building right around the corner that was developed by a couple gentlemen in here, particularly Michael Young and Dwayne Jackson. And that was over 20 years ago, so that's what brought me here. And so my grandmother has moved from New Jersey, and a part of what I see in her daily is that she's in the house, and this will give her a great opportunity to mingle and meet friends, a lot of friends that she left behind on the East Coast. So as a youth, as a younger person, I have outlets and opportunities to go out and socialize and mingle. I would love that for my mother-in-law, who's who's departed from her friends and family on the East Coast. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Is it everyone downstairs, Mr. Bernard? Okay, thank you.
Chairman, just wanted to provide some information in response to one comment made in regards to the nonprofit status of the applicant. Just want to note that their status as a nonprofit and the scope of what they do will be reviewed as part of the permits and licensing process, which is a requirement for this use.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, we're gonna close this segment, and then we're gonna have 30-second questions from each of our commissioners, and I'm timing you. 30 seconds, we'll start with you, Commissioner Fowler. Hello? She has none. So we'll go over to Commissioner Trill.
I think I have asked all the questions, or I should say that my questions have been answered, and I'll look to be making a motion with additional conditions, just to tie down some of the items that the applicant has said that they will be doing. Just got my time in.
Okay, very good. You're out. Commissioner Shaw Williams.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Chair.
So I can take some of your time, right? No, just kidding. You know, for me, I have no questions. I just want to make a couple of statements. Bingo was a game that we played when we were younger, when we were kids. We used to play bingo, and it was an exciting game because we wanted to be the first one to yell bingo. And I had gone to a couple of functions where they had bingo, and it's just when you hear the word bingo, everybody turns around and look, and you're looking at your sheet, you have 5, 6, 7 cards on the table, and you're trying to figure out, why am I not winning? So now you go and get some more cards. So it's an exciting game. I look forward to actually coming out and being part of the yelling bingo. That's what I want to do. And I'm not going to sneak any food in for sure. So is there a motion on the floor?
Yes, thank you. I move that we affirm categorical exemption EACE 2023-118, and we adopt the attached resolution approving SUP 230023 to approve the following subject to 18 conditions plus additional conditions that I will be imposing for a large assembly use for bingo hall and alternative modes of transportation. And my additional conditions, and mostly these are just to put down in writing what has already been told that you will be doing, that the site is to be used only for bingo. No weddings, parties, celebrations, quinceañeras, etc. No food, drinks, alcoholic beverages shall be served. Only on-site vending machine items are permitted. Hours of operation will be from 5 to 10 p.m. Do I need to put 11 because, well, as a condition?
Is it a condition?
The hours of operation are in the conditions.
Is it in the conditions?
Okay, I didn't see that actually. That, maybe, okay, I'll keep going. That there be a 6-month review of the operations, is that in there? Okay, good, I'm confirming that. That an anteroom or foyer be installed at the main entrance, allowing basically a secondary entrance. So, again, for me, that's a preventive measure for any bad things happening. I think that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. We're going to call for any questions. Hearing none, we're going to call for the vote.
Commissioner Fowler,
Aye.
Commissioner Trejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw Williams,
Aye.
Chairman Springs.
Aye. Ms. Wilcox? How many more times am I going to say Ms. Wilcox today? I just want to keep.
Chairman, yes, there is an appeal procedure, and according to the Inglewood Municipal Code, this decision can be appealed within 20 days from the notice of Planning Commission action by filing a written notification to the Planning Division and submitting an appeal fee of $942, at which time the file will be transmitted to the City Council for their consideration.
Okay. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be there, doctor. Okay, for sure.
I think it's also good to we have some wonderful entertainment over by Prairie Avenue. All of you know, we've had SoFi Stadium, we have Hollywood Park, we have soon to be the LA Clippers. This is a different type of entertainment for the city of Inglewood, and it's located a little further west of where the big ones are. But I know it will be as successful and will provide a different type of entertainment for Inglewood. So we look forward to seeing how great you were, the success at your 6-month review. Congratulations.
We're gonna take a break for 5 minutes, and we'll resume our meeting in 5 minutes at 8:25. Our meeting starts in 2 minutes, please. Our meeting
For
starts
anyone
in 2
who's in
minutes.
the overflow,
Yes. Eddie, are you going to check on the overflow, or who's going to check on the overflow? Oh, I can do it. Anyone in the overflow room can actually come up to the ninth floor at this time. Anyone that's in the overflow room can actually come up to the 9th floor now. Thank you. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being patient with us. We're going to go ahead and get started with our meeting. And Madam Secretary, can you read our next one, please?
Item 6A, a public hearing to consider an application by Avarish A. Ashabir for special use permit number SP23-00008 to allow shared parking for infrequent users for a proposed adult daycare within an existing church on a C2 General Commercial Zone Property Act for 808 West 99th Street.
Chairman Springs and Commission, notice has been given in the form and manner as required by law. Staff received no correspondence on this item. And Assistant Planner Angel Leon Martel is present to do a short staff presentation.
Okay, I need to recuse myself since I live within 500, I live within the 500-foot radius.
Good evening, Chairman Springs and members of the Planning Commission. The subject site for this special use permit is located at 4808 West 99th Street and has a low-density residential land use designation with C2 general commercial zoning. The property is located on the southwest corner of Inglewood Avenue and 99th Street with commercial uses to the north, south, and west. Properties to the east are also developed with commercial and residential uses. A subject site is developed with an existing church. The applicant is requesting approval for an adult daycare program to be co-located within the existing church building by allowing the church and daycare to share their parking through a parking exception. Parking for infrequent users is an Inglewood Municipal Code prescribed exception, for commercial uses that require on-site parking in excess of general commercial parking requirements, and that may operate on an infrequent basis during non-peak business hours, which may utilize parking spaces provided for adjacent, or in this case, additional businesses. The site is in compliance with the IMC parking requirement of 9 vehicle parking spaces. The daycare itself requires 5 parking spaces. However, both businesses operate on separate days and times. The hours of operation for the church are generally 4 a.m. until 11 p.m. on Sundays, and special hours on Saturdays for holidays and celebrations. The hours of operation for the daycare are Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., and there are no changes to the building proposed. There's no changes proposed to the floor plan as well. The existing floor plan will accommodate for meals and all activities for the proposed daycare. The proposed project is consistent with the existing zoning standards for commercially zoned properties. A minimum of 6 security cameras will be installed. If the Planning Commission approves the request, the applicant will be required to complete the site plan review process. The project is consistent with the goals of the general plan. A notice of exemption has been filed, and the request is exempt from further environmental review. No comments were received for or against this request. This concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions the Commission might have. The applicant is also here tonight to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to open up questions for you. We're going to start with Commissioner Fowler.
No questions at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Rice,
No questions.
Commissioner Shaw Williams.
No questions at this time, thank you.
I have no questions. If the applicant is here, you can take the mic in the back, give us your name and tell us about your project. You're going to have to speak into the mic. Would you please pick it up and speak into it?
Hello, my name is Solomon Bito. I'm a physician and a church member located at 4808 West Inglewood Avenue. And we have about 200 members. And we noticed that most of our members who are regular worshipers who come over the weekend are senior citizens, mostly retired. And Monday to Friday, usually they have no activities done at home. Some of them are basically isolated. And we decided to utilize the facility since Monday through Friday it is basically vacant. We do not have any church-related activities. And the purpose is to promote their physical, mental, and emotional well-being by helping them engage in activities, social, physical, and mental, such as singing, music, reading, poetry, and counseling, one-on-one counseling, plus medical monitoring, such as basic examination, and some therapies also. So this is the basic premise of the project. It starts at 8 in the morning, and there will be a breakfast when they come in, and then they engage into different activities depending upon which subgroup they're going to be. And at the end of the day, for the first shift, they will have lunch. They will be going home. And 1 o'clock, the next group starts, and they will have lunch. And at the end of the day, around 5 o'clock, they will have a snack, and they will be going home. Basically, that's the whole template of the business.
Okay, anyone else? Do you have anybody else who's going to speak?
So, the chairman of the trustees is here, and they have given us the approval and the blessings to go ahead with the project.
My name is Haile Gabra, and I'm the chairman of the...
Can you spell your name for us, please?
Haile Gabra, and I'm the chairperson of the church.
Can you spell your name for us, please?
Haile, my first name, and my last name is Gebre, Gabra.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, sir.
And our church is Orthodox, Tigray Orthodox Church. It is located from northern, in the Horn of Africa, and mostly we have from 180 to 200 members. And some of our church members are elderly, and we serve the parishioners in our culture about that, and sorry about that. And the main thing is we have few elderly people. We want to have relationship from Monday to Friday. Just because culturally, religionally, they are a little bit separate, and we have to have very good relationship. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is that it? Okay. We have questions for you. So don't leave. We have questions for you as well, sir.
Please do.
We're going to start off with Commissioner Fowler.
Yes,
You have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess this is for the church, so you don't have anything in the evenings, period?
No.
No days, okay.
No.
And then for the same question for the daycare, it's just the 8 to 5, there's nothing after that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I was curious about, on the adult daycare center side, the staffing, particularly since you're saying adult daycare, and we know there are many seniors. Talk to me about the staffing that you have for that. Is there like a registered nurse or?
Yes.
A medical? Thank you.
Yes, in fact, the owners of the proposed business are two of our members. They are healthcare providers. They are RN and a CNA. And I'm a physician. I will be supervising the the project.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Rice?
On the adult daycare side, how will most of your daycare guests be arriving to the facility?
We don't actually provide transportation, but we can facilitate that because there is access ride. Of course, we notice that most of the members, they come by private transportation. They have family members who drop them in the morning. But their insurance does cover for curbside drop for access and non-emergency medical transportation, depending upon their qualifications. If they have some kind of disability, they may have to use a wheelchair van. But transportation companies do get reimbursed for transporting members from their home to either a clinic, adult day program, or hospital. That's covered.
Okay, I know you have a requirement for 5 parking spaces, and I'm assuming you don't anticipate any of your guests will be driving to the facility.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question again?
I'm assuming you don't anticipate any of your guests will be driving to the facility.
Based on our observation of our members who come to church, most of them come with their family members. So the anticipation that they will drop them in the morning and pick them up in the afternoon.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Commissioner Shaw Williams?
Yes, I noticed that you put the adult daycare in our agenda. The adult daycare will accommodate no more than 30 participants per shift. How are you going to control that in the event that 40 may show up in one shift? Are you going to turn them away? Just curious about that.
Good question. We're going to start slow. The maximum capacity per shift is going to be no more than 15 to 20. Mm-hmm. So if you have 30, that's 15 per shift, total 30 per day. We are not going to accept any more than that. This is the first time we are doing this program as a service. If we see the demand is much more than the supply, then we may have to open another facility in the area.
Are you going to have a sign-in?
Oh, yes.
A registration?
Yes.
So that you can control how many?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
They have to be registered, and we have to screen them before we admit, because some of them may have physical or mental limitations. Mm-hmm. So they will be screened by the RN, the registered nurse, and probably by me, to see if they are suitable to participate without any safety issues. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
I have no other questions. I have no questions. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, so you have, okay, I want to open it up for the general public. Anyone that's for or against this particular project can come to the mic, give us your name, and state your reasoning for or against this particular project. Is there anyone downstairs, Mr. Chair? Okay, seeing and hearing none, we're going to close this segment. I'm going to open it up for 30 seconds for each of our commissioners. Any final questions? Timer, please, for 30 seconds for Commissioner Fowler.
No further questions or comments.
Commissioner Rice.
No questions.
Commissioner Shaw Williams.
No further questions.
I have no questions. Is there a motion, please?
Motion. I recommend that the Planning Commission affirm categorical exemption EACE 2023-119 and adopt the attached resolution approving SUP 2300008 subject to 21 conditions.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. We'll call for any questions. Hearing none, we'll call for a vote.
Commissioner Fowler?
Aye.
Commissioner Rice?
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw Williams?
Aye.
Chairman Springs?
Aye. You have your parking space. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Ms. Wilcox, I am.
Yes, Chairman, there is an appeal procedure for this decision. According to the Inglewood Municipal Code, this decision can be appealed within 20 days from the notice of Planning Commission action by filing a written notification to the Planning Division and submitting an appeal fee of $942 at which time the file will be transmitted to the City Council for their consideration.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, Madam Secretary.
Item 6C.
Oh,
Commissioner
Commissioner Trejo. Commissioner Trejo. She's out there talking. Listen at her. Commissioner Trejo. Come on back in. Come on down.
Come on down.
She's 6C. 6C. Be just
6C.
B, we're doing the mortuary.
Oh, mortuary. Okay. 6B. Oh, okay, Madam Secretary.
Item 6B. A public hearing to consider an application by J.D. Thompson, representing the Los Angeles Funeral Services, Inc., for a special use permit number SP 23-00017 to allow a mortuary in an approximately 4,200 square foot, one-story commercial building on an approximately 5,200 square foot M1 light manufacturing zone property at 323 East Beach Avenue.
Chairman Springs and Commission, the file is present and notice has been given in the form and manner as required by law. We have received 2 items of correspondence. The letter mentioned earlier from the Los Angeles County Sanitation District, and 1 additional letter that was received here at the meeting. It's titled Special Use Permit Number 2023-00017 for mortuary at 323 East Beach Avenue. It's 2 pages with a map on the second page, and 2 copies have been put on the table for the public as well. No other correspondence has been received from the public on this item. Planner Arturo Salazar is present to do a short staff presentation.
Good evening, Chairman Springs and members of the commission. Building records indicate that the subject site was developed with a 4,200 square foot, one-story commercial building in 1953. Most recently, it was used as a graphic art design studio. The project site is located on the north side of Beach Avenue and is part of the downtown TOD designated area. The subject site was zoned for heavy business industrial in 1926. The M1 zoning designation has been in place since 1946 and was not changed by the adoption of the downtown TOD. In August 2014, City Council approved the Live Work Overlay Zone, and this property is located within the designated area. Properties to the south, east, and west are zoned M1 and developed with industrial and residential uses. Properties to the north are zoned C3 and are also developed with industrial and residential uses. The mortuary will contain 541 square foot intake area, a 600 square foot embalming station area, a 605 square foot cold storage rooms, a 557 square foot dressing casket placement area, a 280 square foot break room, and 2 restrooms. All operations of the facility will be indoors and strictly private from public view. The mortuary will only store and/or prepare human remains. The facility will not host events, viewings, memorial services, or funeral services. Descendants who have a scheduled funeral service, a scheduled viewing, a scheduled cremation, or have a transfer of custody request will be transported from the subject site. The hours of operation for the mortuary will be 24 hours, 7 days a week. The mortuary will have a licensed funeral director to oversee the general operation of the mortuary. All employees that provide services at the subject site are licensed contractors that are on call whenever their services are needed. The primary entrance to the mortuary will be from Beach Avenue, utilizing the 2 enclosed parking garages and pedestrian entrance abutting Beach Avenue. The existing building will be equipped with LED light fixtures to illuminate the exterior at night. The site contains 4 existing fully enclosed parking spaces that the mortuary will utilize. The IMC requires 4 spaces for the subject use. Therefore, the proposed mortuary complies with the parking requirements. Access to the parking is via 2 driveways off of Beach Avenue. Pedestrian access to the subject site is via Beach Avenue. Currently, the commercial office building has no surveillance cameras on the exterior of the building. The applicant is required to install surveillance cameras on the exterior of the building, which will be monitored in real time for security purposes. The location and number of cameras will be determined during site plan review. The proposed projects support goals of the Active Transportation Plan and strategies of the Energy and Climate Action Plan. The proposed project is consistent with the Downtown TOD Plan. A CADX has been prepared by staff stating that the proposed project is exempt. This concludes staff's presentation. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you, Art. We're going to open up questions. We're going to start with Commissioner Fowler,
I'll reserve my questions for the applicant. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Rice.
Question. This project is across the street from another project that has residential entitlements of more than 50 units, I think, correct?
Across Beach?
Across the street on the other opposite side of Beach, on the north side of Beach. I believe
There's-
a number of years ago we entitled a project over there.
There's nothing currently entitled across the street, no.
Did it expire?
I don't, yes, there's no currently valid approval across the street on the other side of Beach for residential.
The nearest existing residential is how far from this location?
It is adjacent to the property.
Across
And
the
this-
street.
And this business is proposed to have hours of operation 24 hours, 7 days a week?
That's correct.
And no further questions.
Commissioner Shaw Williams,
No questions at this time.
Commissioner Trio.
Not at this time, thank you.
I have no questions at this time. If the applicant is here, can you go to the back, to the microphone and give us your name and tell us about your project?
Good evening. My name is J.D. Thompson, and I am the funeral director of Los Angeles Funeral Service. Los Angeles Funeral Service was created back in 2006. It's approximately 16 years old. It was created to be a service. It has never had an actual mortuary facility. In its history, it has relied on other mortuaries to assist it to serve families. So once I have joined the project to grow the mortuary and to also continue to assist the families and other facilities, I deemed it necessary that it needs its own facility in order to survive. As it is now, if another mortuary goes under, so does Los Angeles Funeral Service. So that is the purpose of trying to acquire this building.
Okay, we have some questions for you. Just stand where you are. We're going to start the questioning with Commissioner Fall. Yes. I messed that
Okay,
name
thank
up.
you, Mr. Chair. It was Thompson, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Are you aware of the comment letter from the LA Oh, from the LA County Sanitation Department?
No.
Okay, well, there seem to be some concerns about, within that letter. How do we make sure, how does he not get a copy of the letter?
The LA County
Yes, Senate.
sanitation letter.
Yes,
That letter is discussing sewer capacity and essentially notifying the applicant of the fees that they'll have to pay as they go through their process. It's we see this type of letter on all types of projects. It's essentially notifying the applicant of the fees that will be due eventually.
but the applicant does get a copy of the letter.
Yes.
So, Mr. Thompson, I would strongly suggest that you find that letter. They clearly, it went to Mr. Salazar. Are you familiar? Oh, that's you.
All right.
Well, how is that? So we send it to the applicant.
Right, yeah, we just received it. Yes, we just received the notification.
Oh, it says October 27th. Okay, well, my concern was the concerns that they have in here about wastewater service, which they're stating here that because the current system and with the treatment facilities is scheduled for the people that are there, and mostly, I guess, it appears residential and commercial that's there. And so there could be some additional fees that would apply to that. So you might want to be aware of that. That's a concern. Would these be ongoing? Is this monthly? How does that work? I'm asking the staff that.
No, typically, this is usually during the building process.
Oh, during the building process, okay. So I would point that out to you to look at that. The other concern, does the applicant get a copy of the letter from agenda item, the special permit
Did they get a copy of this?
Look into the mic.
What was that? I couldn't-
letter
Did who get it?
asking us not to approve it?
The applicant, no, the opposition letter was just given to us
Today,
today.
too.
Yeah.
Okay, just-in-time inventory.
I'm
for
sorry, I couldn't hear
everything.
you.
Yeah, no, that was my fault. I wasn't speaking into the mic. Okay, I'm gonna just stop right now. If I have something else, I'll close. Thank you.
Commissioner Rice.
Sir, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm sorry to hear about the sad state of mortuaries in the county of Los Angeles. I wasn't aware that was happening.
It's an interesting situation.
Wow. Are you proposing to acquire this building to help with your situation, or did you acquire the building already?
So the building has been retained on a lease basis. It is for sale. Depending on how operations go, currently it's a 5-year lease, so we will see after 5 years whether we want to remain there or go to another facility. That is a big question because, as I've mentioned in the notes, there's no chapel. So it is strictly a clinical site. It will only just be for the preparation and storage. So as Los Angeles Funeral Service grows, we may look to buy a bigger building which has a chapel in another location.
So what services are you currently providing from the Los Angeles Funeral Service at this location by right?
Currently none, because part of having the license given from the state is having the approval of this permit. So I have to prove that the county is aware of what's going on. So then the state will then come in and give me permission to operate. So for the last 4 months, nothing has been going on in this building. But if I am approved, it is strictly just storage, embalming, and dressing. That is it.
And without that, you have a 5-year lease that's going to perform how?
I'll have to get out of it. I'll have to cancel it.
Okay, no further questions.
Commissioner Trillo.
Thank you. I think our director just provided you with a copy of the letter dated November 1st. And they mention a couple other concerns, particularly that they mention, have to do with formaldehyde. Can you provide some information as to how it's, if it's used, how it's used, what type of fumes are emitted that may affect the neighborhood?
So formaldehyde is a chemical that is actually used in everyday items in addition to it could be used in the preparation of human remains. It's an old, antiquated term so that people could understand that the person is going to be embalmed. With current mortuary practices, embalming fluid is actually a combination of several different fluids that actually are not called formaldehyde. So I do understand the concern that there is going to be cancer-causing fluids, as I'm reading here, and toxic fluids also. But these are fluids that you would have to have direct contact with. Having it in a building is no different than having bleach in your neighbor's cupboard or your neighbor's apartment. It is only toxic to you if you were to ingest it or if you were to be around it for an exposed amount of time. This building is completely enclosed. There are no windows. I'm not able to open up any windows. There will be no obnoxious odors or smells of these fluids, and that's actually regulated by the state as well. So if at any time there is some type of obnoxious odor, the residents or neighbors or anyone, even the professionals that will be there, all you would have to do is call the state, and they're mandated to come and check out to see what's going on.
What kind of ventilation system, air purifier system do you have or do you propose?
Yes, so the building will have to get an exhaust system as well as a controlled climate control system installed so that it would conform with OSHA regulations to keep not only the professionals inside the building safe, but also outside the building safe.
So in the exhaust system, are any dangerous fumes emitted?
No.
No more questions at this time, thank you.
Commissioner Shaw Williams?
Yes, I'm reading this concerned resident's letter. I just want you to please expound upon how you feel your business would affect the traffic in that area because they have a concern about the comings and goings of vehicles and 20-foot long hearse. Can you talk about that?
Absolutely. Currently, the street has a meat processing plant, which has, I've noticed, 43-foot trailers and tractors coming. There is also a tank system, I would say, east of my building that I don't know if that's controlled by the city, but there's some kind of tanker trucks that come and drain or fill the tank. And then to my immediate left or east side of the building, there's like a grinding or fairing company. These are all facilities that require heavy-duty cars. A hearse, I would say the largest vehicle that this mortuary would use would be a cargo van. And I drive that cargo van every single day. It's no different than your standard U-Haul cargo van to move a couch or a piece of furniture. The hearse is everyone has seen a hearse. It's not a, I would hope that everyone has an understanding of what a hearse looks like. It's not a car that would block traffic. There are no viewings, there are no funerals, there are no celebrations of life here. The building was chose because it is very discreet. We would like it to remain that way. The 2 garages that open up into the bays allow for a hearse or for a removal van to come directly into the building off of the street, conduct the business of the mortuary, and then once it's done, the doors will open. Again, this was always going to be private. The doors will open, and then the vans will go. So considering the other traffic that is there, this would not have an impact on the street.
How many mortuaries do we have currently in Inglewood?
There are a total of 4 mortuaries licensed in the city of Inglewood.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
I have a few questions for you, Mr. Thompson, but I want to ask you, Mr. Art, you indicated that there were 4 mortuaries in the city of Inglewood. Do those mortuaries, are they full service? Do they have a chapel?
The business license is for full service. I haven't been to every licensed mortuary, but they are licensed for full service.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Thompson, your services, I see that you're not a full service, you're just taking the bodies. Am I correct in saying that?
Correct.
Now, the question that I'm about to ask you is, how do you make a difference? Now, if I have someone who passed away, why would I come to you? What benefit would it be for me and my family to use your service rather than another mortuary who has a full service? So what benefit is it for me and my family?
The benefit is my overhead is a lot lower than their traditional mortuaries. So one, there's a savings that the families will get just coming to this mortuary. And then also, what I'm finding is in the industry, a lot of families don't like the traditional mortuary setting. A lot of families don't even want to come to a mortuary to make arrangements. They rather do it over the phone, or they will rely on another family member to take care of it. The value of this mortuary, just having a care center, the families that I have served already, you're free to go wherever you would like. I currently work with a good number of established mortuaries around the city, and between either they want to use that mortuary or going to a church or being flexible to do a beach ceremony or do a home ceremony, you're not going to be charged chapel fees, and you're not going to be charged for escorts, and you're not going to be charged for just things that the average mortuary has to charge you for. I would not do that.
Okay, sir. I'm not familiar with a lot of the mortuaries. I do know I've been around a while on this earth, and I've been to quite a few funerals. And the funerals that I have attended, there was either open casket, the person has been embalmed, and it's a typical, if I can use that word, typical service where you have a mortuary takes the body and they do everything. Now, from what I am understanding, you're taking the body and you're minimizing the cost of the family. But typically, most families want a full service. Typically. Now, I may be incorrect because I haven't done a survey to find out about all the families that have lost loved ones, what would they prefer? But listening to you, sir, it gives me the impression that you are taking the body and then you're doing your service to the body, but that body has to be moved somewhere else. Whereas if you took it to a regular mortuary, not saying that yours not a typical or regular, but if you took it to ABC mortuary, then they would do the whole service. I mean, everything is complete. the cost of everything has gone up anyway. We cannot, we have no control over the costs. I just lost a sister 2 months ago, so I know the cost is extreme. I know that for a fact. So I don't know how it would have been beneficial for me to take it to you because my sister and my other family members wanted a full service. So I don't see where the benefit would come for me to use your service. So please explain to me and my colleagues how that would be beneficial, not only to the families, but to our community as well.
Well, first, I would say condolences on losing your family member. To address the point that I heard regarding a typical service, we call that a traditional service, where it is a viewing, your funeral, going to a cemetery. That is not as common anymore because you're going to spend on average $9,000 at the mortuary, and then you're going to spend, if you have not purchased your cemetery space years ago, you're going to spend $20,000 at a cemetery. So on average, you're going to spend $30,000 for a funeral service in this day and age. A lot of people don't have that. Cremation is very popular, and it is outgrowing the traditional service. There are a lot of families, especially here in Los Angeles, because there's a lot of transients, there's a lot of visitors. There are a lot of people here that are just following the dream, and they don't plan for funerals. So your current cremation price is a lot cheaper, and that option is a lot more appealing than a traditional service. And you do see that there are more crematories now aiming to pull in the public. So for instance, what a crematory would only deal with a funeral home before, now you do have tulip cremation and you have LA cremation because cremation is so popular. With my service, it is dynamic in the sense that not only do we do the typical service, not only can I offer a church service, but I also offer the direct cremations. But taking this to another level deeper than that, there are other mortuaries that would like to start up. There are other business owners that want to have a mortuary, but the average cost to buy a mortuary in this city or anywhere in California, you can imagine it's millions of dollars. This building, they would like to sell it to me for $2 million. I don't have that. So this, the owners of this building allowing me to lease it and go through this process, it's a stepping stone that they've afforded to me that I'm hoping to afford to mortuaries that would come to me and say, we need help with storage and care. Back in the pandemic, a lot of families were turned away from your established mortuaries because there was just no space for them. Even hospitals, Centinela Hospital, they contract with mortuaries when the families still need time to figure out where they're going to go. Hospital morgues are very small. They need the decedent to go somewhere to be cared for. So that is where this service comes into play, that not only would we service the families, but we would also service the other mortuaries that just need help, that are going to have a chapel. I have no interest, well, as of right now, I don't need a chapel, but other mortuaries do. So their focus would be the chapel. I have a friend of mine where she's trying to get a repast center and all of that because that's what she wants to dive into. Whereas this mortuary, it's more so a support system, not only for families, but also for other mortuaries and also for the county facilities.
Okay, sir. Do you do cremations? Would you be doing cremations at this facility as well?
No, so all of the actual disposition would happen outside. This is strictly storage and preparation.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open it up for a 30-second question. Please give me a time, 30 seconds, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you talk to me about your biohazard remediation at your facility?
Yes. So the waste, and it's called medical waste, is regulated by the state. So anything that comes into contact with human remains, it can't just go into regular trash. There is a company that has to come out. There are color-coded bins that all waste has to be placed in, as well as biohazard bags. The trucks will come, take the bins away, and then they report to the state how much waste is being reported or used.
Okay, and then my other concern was the property devaluation. Are you familiar with anything about that?
Well, I
In
didn't-
terms of when there's a mortuary in the neighborhood?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Rice. You have 30 seconds.
You're at 334 East Beach, and there's a residential property directly in front of you at 323 East Beach, correct?
Right, correct.
And you expressed earlier that your performer is not going to be really impacted by not having this project approved, because if it's not approved, you can just get out of your 5-year lease, which tells me that's pretty much a conditional lease conditioned upon this approval. Is that correct?
It is a conditional lease because when I started this journey, of course, I want to adhere to not only the state rules, but county regulations. So I have asked the owners to, work with me, bear with me, help me follow the dream. So yes, it's a conditional lease as of right now.
No further questions.
Commissioner Trio, you have 30 seconds.
How much noise is generated from this type of operation?
None, absolutely none.
Thank you.
Commissioner Shaw Williams.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, we have no.
I did want to add one other thing as far as the 24-hour operational times. When I say it's 24 hours, death can happen at any time. So at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, a decedent will be brought in. However, the preparation, the actual operation, or the preparation, those hours are restricted to 9 to 5. So 24 hours is just simply there will be a van, or there may be a van that will come at any time of the day and that will need to come in, but it would not be so much as embalmings taking place or full transports.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, sir. At this particular point, we want to open it up to anyone that's for this particular project or against this project. You can go to the mic, give us your name, and tell us if you're for or against this particular project. You have exactly 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please.
Okay, hello, my name is Gina Lamb, and I own and have occupied a building for 30 years at 321 East Beach, adjacent to this building, where there's 3.5 inches between my building, my property, and this property. I also wanted to say that I have an honor to be here on Mindanao Wilcox's last night. I've worked with her on the Live Work Ordinance in Inglewood for many years, and also was a stakeholder in the general plan developing the Live Work overlays. I was a little upset but although they did mention it tonight, it wasn't in the report that this part of Beach Avenue is a Live Work overlay. I is the one that created this map. As you can see, there's 12 residentially zoned homes within 150 feet of this proposed mortuary site, including 5 residences just 50 feet away, and 2 of them have children under 10 years of age. The special use permit states that this toxic embalming lab plans to operate 24/7, 7 days a week, as it's been said. This Live Work overlay, this street, when I first moved in, had a lot of vacancies. Now buildings are turning over like that. There are 7 art-related businesses and art studios on these 2 little blocks. It's peppered with residencies. When you zoom out to the 500-foot level, there are dozens and dozens of residencies, and that over 80-unit development that they were talking about that's just 50 feet away still is in the plans. We just talked to the architect and the developer yesterday. They couldn't be here. The architect just had a baby, but they're still want to propose that, which is good for Transit District. It's good for the community. This community is next to a big park. It's next to the downtown. This is what we meant it for. I'm not convinced about the formaldehyde discussion he had. Formaldehyde comes in many names now, and the alternatives also have health issues, whether or not they cause
Thank you, ma'am.
leukemia or nose cancer or whatever.
Okay, thank you.
There are still problems, so I'm not convinced. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Just give the mic to the next person. Just hand it to them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for letting me talk today. My property is
And your name,
adjacent-
sir?
Well, I'm sorry. My name's Clark Farrar Grinding Company. The buildings adjacent to the east of this building, the black building, is my properties. I work in the adjacent building, and I've been there over 50 years. And that building he's talking about is extremely old. There used to be a carpenter shop in there years ago. Let's go back 4 or 5 years. And every time he would spray paint or lacquer thinner or whatever, I'd have to leave my building because the fumes, that's a really old building, and the fumes would just come right through the walls. Lacquer thinner and all the stains and stuff, and it's very, very poor. It's an old building. And that's not his fault, but that's just the way that building is. Number two is there's not 4 parking spaces inside that building. I've been inside that building many times, and there's certainly, if you're talking about a van of any kind, you're not going to get, you never get regular sized cars in the East Bay. It's just not big enough for that. And it's a very busy street. There's a lot of trucks going up and down. There's parking, very little parking. The streets are very narrow. 2 18-wheelers can't pass each other at the same time, especially at that bend where that building is. Very sharp bend. The trucks can't get through there. And you have this whatever cargo van or whatever is delivering these things at all hours. It could be some real issues in the area. There's no street parking available. If he has anybody come to the building, there's no place for him to park. And then besides the fumes, the big thing for residents and people who own properties there is the effect on the values of the property. Especially, it's not really easy to hold the price
Thank
up.
you, sir.
Am I out of time? I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? Yes, okay. My name is Mona Lisa Whitaker. I'm an artist here in Inglewood, and I also ran Inglewood Cultural Arts, which was a multidisciplinary arts organization. I was the executive director until I retired in 2017. One of our main activities was advocating for artists, and so I was one of the group of artists, along with Gina Lamb, Steve Hurd, Chris Mercier, and a bunch of other artists who worked with Mindy Wilcox and other members of the planning team to get the city of Inglewood to approve the work-live ordinance. And the reason that we advocated for that was because we know that artists live and work in commercial spaces. It took 10 years to get that passed, 10 years of monthly meetings with City of Inglewood staff to get that passed. So I'm really surprised that this is before the Planning Commission to approve a mortuary that's right next to artist spaces. The other thing I wanted to mention is Don Lee is right up the street. It borders it borders beach. So if you all have time, I recommend that you take some time to go walk up and down beach and see how narrow it is. Spend some time smelling the emissions from Donley, much less adding the mortuary. So I hope that the Planning Commission will reconsider and deny this SUP request for the mortuary and recommend that they find a new location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bernadette Cooper. I am one of those artists. I moved on this block, been looking at it for all my life. I graduated from Inglewood High School. We won't say the year, however. And I came back to the area, and fortunately, there was an area. I'm an artist, I'm a producer. I moved there 8 years ago. This lovely woman leased me the apartment. I've been living there, surrounded by all my residents and all my other artists. And the beautiful thing about this neighborhood is once a year, you know, a van comes through with artists all over the world to come look at everybody's work. And I just think that's a beautiful concept. I was blown away about a month ago when my neighbor, Edgar here, called me up and told me he saw two African-American gentlemen driving up in a hearse and pulling out a casket. So they are operating, I believe, at this point, or he said that he saw a casket coming out. I was blown away because I had no idea that that was happening. So I'm just here to preserve our health, and I don't believe that the kids that are skateboarding up and down the street all the time should be subjected to maybe a mortuary being there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Joyce Dalal, and my family owns the property at 313 East Beach, where Bernadette has been the first and only residence, the front there. And the back building is Artist Studios.
Can you
I
reset
have
the
my
time?
studio downstairs, and there are 4 studios upstairs as well. And I use this property every day. And also, Bernadette's elderly mother is there with health workers coming daily to take care of her. And there's just a lot of people living on that street. I know that if you drive up and down the street, it looks like it's just all businesses and manufacturing, but actually right next door. In fact, I didn't know about this until I got the notice for this meeting, and I wasn't sure where 323 was, and I took a walk and realized it's only 2 doors down, and it's right next to Gina and Steve's place. In fact, it's literally like they touch, and they share a driveway. And I mean, they would really be impacted. And then right across the street is my neighbor Edgar. And I just don't, I sympathize with the plight that the owner has talked about, but I just don't think this is the right location for this kind of business. There are a lot of families. It is a busy street, as was mentioned. I am concerned about property values as an owner right down the street. We are right next to the new station, and the state is wanting more residences within a mile of these new train stations. And I just don't think it's the right place for this business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, I'm Craig Sprecher. I lived on La Colina Avenue, just above Beach, nearby, like over 30 years, and it's been great living in Inglewood. You know, we have a sewer plant and the Donnellys, but those were there before we got there, so we really can't complain about them. But this one is not there. The planing shop has been there. We can't complain about that. Anyway, so I've got concerns listening to the owner talking about ventilation, and it's, you know, he said if it smells, we should call the state. Well, that's maybe too late, or maybe you don't smell it, but you don't really know what's getting out. So I have seen nothing about how the state could take care of it. Well, you know, the state's doesn't have a lot of employees. They're missing people. How soon would they react, and when? So there's issues with the air quality. And the prevailing winds actually go right to the park where, you know, there's plenty of kids playing these days. So that's a concern. And I guess that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Steven Baca. I live about 50 feet west on the same side as the place they're trying to get a permit for. And I live with my mom, my girlfriend, and her teenage son, and that's a big concern for us. There's also, you know, parking at night is, you know, we don't all have driveways, so we park on the street, so that's gonna be another concern. There's also kids that walk down there to get to the park as a shortcut. And, you know, they go, you know, after school, on the weekends, and they walk down that street all the time. Parking, there's big rigs that pass by there, and they actually park on the street during the day. And so, I mean, we're not there because, you know, I work, but it does get congested constantly. So I'm very against this, and, you know, my neighbor is Gina, Joyce, and I do not want this nowhere near my property, and it's going to devalue the property a lot. Please do not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Bishop William Garrett. I live on La Colina. Been living there since 1984. I commend you for your entrepreneurship, you know, about the funeral home and stuff. I've done funerals. I've been to many funerals for cancer. And if the fumes come from the mortuary, that's going to affect me. And I have 11 grandchildren who come to my house regularly. And I don't want anything affecting them whatsoever. And so I'm absolutely against it, although I'm not against funeral homes because I am in them periodically as a pastor. And so I'd oppose it at this point because I don't want the problem of that. Plus, it may minimize the value of my property. And I don't want to minimize. I want my property value to stay the same. So I'm opposed.
Thank you.
Hello, hi. My name is Jasmine Perez, and I am against this. I share a very similar sentiment to my community, my neighbors. You know, I do understand the need for funeral services, for embalming services. I do understand that. I just don't think that this is the right area for this type of business. There are a lot of empty buildings in the area that are not residential. And I will say that even though there is some light industrial, you know, that street, Beach has light industrial, the entire surrounding area is residential. My house is about 150 feet from the property. I was looking at the map. My property is very affected by this. I have neighbors that are right across from me who would be across from this building, and I know that it would affect them as well. And I just, you know, have a lot of concerns about that. It is property value, of course, that is front of mind for anybody who owns buildings. There is that big empty lot that I think, Mr. Rice, you mentioned very early on. I don't know what projects are happening there, but I know that there were proposals for residential buildings there, and I don't think that that would happen if there were a mortuary across the street. I can't see that being a great option to bring more residents into the neighborhood. Craig brought up the fact that there are a lot of winds. I live right next to the factory. I smell I don't know, smells like funnel cake most of the time. I don't think that we would be able to really tell what fumes are coming from where. It's really hard for us to decipher that. And, you know, it just doesn't seem, again, like it's the right property for this project. So please do not pass it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Steve Hurd. I'm at 321 East Beach. I'm next door. Again, our buildings are very close. I want to talk about some of the things that were mentioned. First of all, how airtight the building is. I went up on the roof and I've looked down. My building actually towers over it. And the skylights are too big for the openings. Probably keeps the rain out, but not the fumes. We also, I like when somebody says, call the state. I looked at, I went around and called. I called the state funeral and mortuary organization that's part of the Consumer Affairs, and they didn't have anything about exhaust coming out of the building. There was nobody regulating it. OSHA regulates inside the building for their employees. So there's nobody to call about fumes, and there's nobody checking on it. And that's a real concern. like they've said before, these formaldehydes, or whatever you want to call them, are they're accumulative. They're going to ban them in makeup and hair straightening products because people have been dying from low doses of this, constant low doses. And also, we're in a ravine, and it's in the bend of the ravine, and the airflow comes in there, and that's probably why they're smelling the fumes from when there was the few times that guy ever did anything there in the cabinet shop. But they hover in there. They hit the hills, and it just all kind of stays there and stagnates. And we know this because smoke comes in the area, trash comes in the area, and it all gets caught in there. And also, just talking about the development and future of the area, there is 2 acres of...
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mrs. Garrett, and I live on La Colina Drive with that real handsome man right over there. But at any rate, I just want to let you know that I am extremely, I do mean extremely, extremely sensitive to odors and smells. And what that causes me, I start coughing. It's almost impossible for me to stop. And like I said, and for those type of odors to come, I know that it would be a problem as far as my health is concerned. So I'm letting you know in advance, if you move there and I have a problem, I'm coming after you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Edison Livica. My name is Edison Livica. I'm against this project because the backyard of my property is just 50 feet away from the proposed location. That is where my 5-year-old daughter play every day after coming from school. I cannot let her inhale toxic fumes that will give her cancer later on. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to close this segment. We're going to have final questions from our commissioners, 30 seconds questions only, 30 seconds or less. You have a question not a question, these are not questions, these are statements that you're making.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
30 seconds,
Thank you
sir.
so much, Mr. Chair. Yes, after listening to the community, I have some concerns regarding the fumes issue, as well as the additional proposed residential that's going to be there. And I did go by that area, and I do know that it is narrow over there. But I think the one thing that concerned me most was the comment that there was a hearse with caskets when I was led to believe that there was no operating. So did you want to address that?
No, you cannot address
Oh, you
that.
can't. I'm sorry, you can't.
No, you cannot address that.
But that was alarming to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Rice?
Thomas, this commission has heard testimony that it appears that you may be operating a business. I don't know if you are or if you're not, but you have a 5-year lease, and I don't know how genuine you were with me on explaining what that lease was and the hardship you began to express in the beginning. But I'm going to be as kind as I possibly can to you, and hopefully you'll find a location for your business. You could have avoided all of this by simply going to a location where there were warehouses and industrial buildings. This is only because you're in a residential area. I'd like to make a motion, please.
Commissioner Trio?
Yeah, I think that there were legitimate concerns raised here. I had them when I read the report, but listening to everybody, I think that this area really should remain what it is, residential, artists and residents. That's a fabulous thing we have in Inglewood. But again, I think there are legitimate concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shaw Williams?
Yes, I echo the sentiments of my fellow commissioners. I'm very concerned about the residents and this particular business coming into their area. I was very impressed to hear from the artists and what they're doing and having in the community. Thank you. I have no further comments.
Thank you. You know, I want to commend the community for actually coming out and supporting your community. That's very important for us to make a decision on what you want for your communities. So I applaud you for coming out and speaking your opinions on what you want in your communities. At this particular point, is there a motion on the floor?
Motion. I move that we deny category.
You might.
I move that we deny category exemption EACE 2023-108 and deny attached resolution SUP 20-00017 and deny all attached conditions.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Call for any questions?
Chairman, as part of the resolution, because it's a resolution to deny, appropriate findings would need to be made.
Okay, Commissioner Rice, can you make your findings, please?
The findings are that this is going to potentially release.
I'm sorry. Before you do that, you're going to have to take back your second? Withdraw your second.
I removed my second.
Okay, thank you.
We'll go all the way in with our motion again, right?
Yes,
Go all the way.
please.
Thank you very much. Move that we deny category exemption EACE 2023-108 and deny the attached resolution SUP 23000-17 and deny all 11 conditions associated with this project, considering that it's potentially going to release considerable hazards into the community. And in this residential community, it's going to reduce the property values. And we have a substantial number of people that have confirmed that before us today.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. We call for any questions? Call for the vote.
Commissioner Fowler?
No.
Before you vote, I
I'm
need to
saying-
reinstate, hold on. Need to reinstate the motion. Commissioner Rice denied the motion, denied it. So now we're voting on his denial. Can we call for the vote again, Madam Secretary?
Commissioner Fowler?
Aye.
Commissioner Rice?
Aye.
Commissioner Trejo?
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw Williams?
Aye.
Chairman Springs?
Aye. Ms. Wilcox?
Yes, Chairman, there is an appeal process for this decision. According to the Inglewood Municipal Code, this decision can be appealed within 20 days from the notice of Planning Commission action by filing a written notification to the Planning Division and submitting an appeal fee of $942, at which time the file will be transmitted to the City Council for their consideration.
Okay, thank you. The majority of this crowd, are you for this? I mean, are you here for this mortuary? Okay, if you are, we'll have a 5-minute recess. That way you can get out of here. No. We're just going to have a 5-minute recess.
Cut that yawning out. Cut that yawning out. No yawning.
This is Angels, just so I don't forget.
Oh, okay.
I was too busy saying, no, we're not doing it.
Exactly. No yawning. Huh? You have to go to the bathroom? It's out the door to the right. You can go and come back. No yawning. Stay awake. We've been up since 5 this morning. No yawning. You didn't bring him no snacks? You didn't bring him no snacks so he could stay awake? Not with all these. Let's see, 6C. 1, 2, yeah, 3 more. That's it. No, they're not ready. No, they're not ready. No, they're not ready. Relax.
You guys ready? You guys ready? You ready? Okay. Okay, good evening. We're gonna start our meeting back again. Meeting come to order. Madam Secretary, please, the next one.
Item 6C, a public hearing to consider an application by Winston Liu for a special use permit number SP 23-00020 to allow interior and exterior modifications to an existing automated car wash facility on an approximately 30,600 square foot lot on an MU-C mixed-use corridor zone property at 3245 Imperial Highway.
Chairman Springs and Commission, the file is present and notice has been given in the form and manner as required by law. Staff received no correspondence from the public on this item, and Planner Christine Rivera is present to do a short staff presentation.
Good evening, Chairman Springs and members of the Commission. The subject site for this special use permit is located at 3245 West Imperial Highway and is zoned MUC, Mixed Use Corridor. The property is located on the northeast corner of Imperial Highway and Lamoli Avenue, with commercial uses to the east and west and residential uses to the north and south. The applicant is proposing an expansion and exterior modifications to an existing car wash and convenience store. If you remember, a zoning code amendment was presented to the Planning Commission on April 12th and moved to May 3rd in regards to car washes in the MUC zone. This application for SUP before you is consistent with all requirements for a car wash in the MUC zone. This is an overlay of what the proposed car wash would look like. The subject site was developed in 1962 as a car wash and has been operated by the current property owner since 1988. The proposed expansion will include the car wash and the convenience store. Vehicle entrances and exits will remain on Imperial Highway and Lamoli Avenue. The existing car wash is an open-air building with an attached convenience store. The car wash will be modified to be fully enclosed. The convenience store will include a new covered area. Vacuum equipment will be located approximately 57 feet away from residential uses. Landscaping will be provided in existing planters and along the parking lot property line. The exterior of the building will be a contemporary style. Improvements include glass facade facing Imperial Highway, an artificial faux plant green wall, red-brown siding at the top and primary corner of the building, white, smooth finished stucco walls, and blue accents. As conditioned, the proposed project will serve as an enhancement to its neighborhood setting and will be compatible with the surrounding area. The proposed project is consistent with the general plan, Crenshaw Imperial TOD, and compatible with the active transportation plan and Inglewood Energy Climate Action Plan goals. If the Planning Commission approves the request, the applicant will be required to complete the site plan review process. No comments were received for or against the request, and it is exempt from further environmental review. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions. The applicant is also here tonight to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Christine. We open up for questions for you. Commissioner Fowler? Okay, thank you.
I have no questions at this time for the staff. Thank you.
Commissioner Rice?
No questions.
Commissioner Trio?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Shaw Williams?
No questions, thanks.
I have no questions either. Thank you very much. If the applicant is here, if you can go to the mic and tell us about your project.
Good evening. My name is Winston Liu from W&W Land Design Consultants. We are the architect and engineer firm to design this project as applicant. The owner is still here.
Hi, my name is Nicole Franklin.
Fowler.
Franklin?
Yes,
Franklin.
Nicole Franklin. The property owner.
Okay, tell us about your car wash. Come on. Should I bring my car over there or what?
Yes. So, We've been there for 35 years. I grew up in Inglewood, so I've been there my whole life. Like, I love Inglewood. So basically, my mom, we never upgraded. So we just trying to do some remodel, make it look more modern and simplify it because it is 2023 and it's like antiquated. Sorry. My mom was there for 35 years and she ran it the same way. So we're now trying to like upgrade it, make it more modern, and make it more simplified for us.
Okay, we're going to have questions for you. How's that? Okay. We're going to start off with Commissioner Fowler. If you have questions, speak into the mic, please.
Commissioner Fowler has no questions at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Rice?
Nicole, I lived in that neighborhood many years and ran my car through there quite a bit over the years. But I'm glad to see that you're improving it. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Trejo?
Same thing here. I mean, I haven't run my car through there, but I'm happy to see that there is some improvement. Certainly, it's going to look a lot better than it is now, and kudos to you for doing that.
Commissioner Shaw Williams?
Yeah, that's a car wash my husband and I frequent. I just hope you don't get rid of that express lane. Uh-huh.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
because we're just trying to honor her and keep it going.
Wonderful.
Great.
Thank you. No further questions.
Well, I remember the car wash when you had brushes. So that was a while ago. And now you have it handmade. You could do it by hand. But years ago, it was run, you went through with brushes. So I'm glad you modernized that, you know. So I have no other questions. That's it.
Thank you.
If there's anyone who would like to talk about this particular project for or against, you can do so at this time. Just go to the mic, give us your name. Hearing none, we're going to close this segment. And any final questions from the commissioners?
No
Commissioner
further questions, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Rice?
No questions?
Commissioner Trejo?
No questions.
Commissioner Shaw Williams?
No questions.
Is there a motion on the floor?
I move that we affirm categorical exemption EACE 2023-111 and adopt the attached resolution approving SUP 23-00020 with the subject 12 conditions.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Call for any questions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote.
Commissioner Fowler,
Aye.
Commissioner Rice,
Aye.
Commissioner Trejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw Williams,
Aye.
Chairman Springs.
Aye. Ms. Wilcox?
Yes, Chairman, there is an appeal process for this decision. According to the Inglewood Municipal Code, this decision can be appealed within 20 days from the notice of Planning Commission action by filing a written notice to the Planning Division and submitting an appeal fee of $942, at which time the file will be transmitted to the City Council for their consideration.
Okay, very good. You have your car wash design. We're going to bring our cars by there now.
Well,
Take care of us, okay?
okay.
All righty. Okay, bye-bye. Okay, Madam Secretary?
6E, a public hearing to consider zoning code amendment number ZCA 23-00006, ZCA 23-00006, to establish accessory dwelling unit regulations in Chapter 12 of the Inglewood Municipal Code citywide.
Chairman Springs and Commission, the file is present and notice has been given in the form and manner as required by law. Staff received no correspondence from the public on this item, and Senior Planner Bernard McCrumbie is present to do a short staff presentation.
Good evening, Chairman Springs and members of the Commission. In 2016, the state passed legislation aimed at streamlining the creation of accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units statewide. The legislation mandated that all counties and cities must allow the construction of one or more ADUs on all residentially zoned properties. The purpose of this legislation was to help address the state's housing crisis in a manner that would not drastically change the fabric of single-family residential communities. In January 2017, the City of Inglewood received its first ADU application. Since then, the Planning Division has been applying development standards addressed within the state legislation to propose ADUs and JADUs throughout the city. On average, staff receives 5 to 7 ADU applications daily. In September 2022, staff presented an overview report of ADUs to the Planning Commission to gather feedback on what we're now presenting to you today by way of an ordinance. So what is an ADU? An ADU is a residential unit that is accessory to the primary residential unit on the same site and contains complete independent living facilities for one or more persons. A JADU is a residential unit that is accessory to the primary residence and is no more than 500 square feet in size and is built within the building envelope of an existing single-family residence only. In preparation for the proposed regulations, staff reviewed a number of approved ADU ordinances across the state and compared state guidelines and ADU applications submitted locally to develop what we're presenting today. State regulations address and mandate the cities to follow certain guidelines when adopting ADU regulations, and some of those are limited to, but include, but are not limited to the number of ADUs allowed, setback requirements, maximum height requirements, or parking standards, and minimum unit sizes. The state also allows cities to some level of flexibility in their regulations as it relates to the maximum unit sizes, design standards, and landscaping. So the city is proposing design guidelines or standards that represent the following. A new detached ADU would be required to have a 4-foot side and rear yard setback and have a minimum square footage of 150 square feet and a maximum of 1,000. Right now, the minimum required is consistent with the state guidelines, whereas the city has decided to reduce the maximum size of an ADU from 1,200 square feet to 1,000 to limit the impact on adjacent residents, and then also provide some additional open space within the property. Garage conversions. Garage conversions are generally the bulk of the applications that we receive, and the minimum square footage for those is 150 square feet. There is no setback requirement as the garages are typically built on the property line, and so they are required to meet building fire life safety guidelines through their construction. Those are also limited to a height of 1 story, as are the new detached. I would also like to mention, going back to new detached, the one-story height limitation or requirement that staff is proposing is varies a little bit more restrictive than what the state allows. The state allows for properties to maintain the existing height limits for new detached in residential zone properties. We decided to maintain or to require a 1-story height limit to reduce the visual impact on surrounding properties. We've noticed that with the reduced 4-foot side and rear yard setback, those 2-story developments can become quite intrusive and reduce the level of privacy on adjacent properties. And just to make sure that I'm perfectly clear, as proposed now, these are staff's recommendations that you would hopefully recommend approval to City Council for moving forward. So just want to make that point of clarification. Attached ADUs are also have a minimum of 150 square feet. And the image that's depicted on the screen is one that's attached to a garage. The new addition would be required to meet the 4-foot side and rear yard setback for the attached ADU. A JADU, shown depicted here on the screen, is an example of a ADU that again is built within the footprint or the building envelope of an existing single-family home. It could also be in addition to, which is what is shown on the site plan here. JADUs are not allowed on multifamily properties, and they are not allowed to be detached from the primary dwelling. And the maximum square footage for a JADU is 500 square feet or 50% of the existing primary dwelling square footage, whichever is less. Setbacks for JADUs are consistent with the zoning guidelines as well as the height. And last but certainly not least, multifamily ADUs. Here, the picture is depicted of a garage conversion. Multifamily ADUs are allowed to be developed within existing non-livable floor area. So garages, boiler rooms, storage rooms, things of that nature could be converted to ADUs within multifamily dwellings. We are also looking to limit the height there to 1 story as well. Multifamily properties are allowed a maximum of 2 detached ADUs should the site allow it. Other design standards that are going to be included in the ordinance include matching the roof pitch of the existing primary dwelling, consistent window casing and designs, consistent color palettes, exterior finish materials, and there are some ADUs that are currently under construction or have been approved that are 2nd stories, and we wanted to provide some language in there where they would be able to make some modifications, exterior modifications down the line if they wanted to. But in order to do so, we will want to make sure that they are able to provide adequate privacy to the adjacent neighbors by raising the sill heights or providing transom windows. So that's why we say have here listed window placement to maximize privacy for adjacent residents. This concludes staff's presentation. The project, the code amendment is consistent with the general plan, and categorical exemption has been prepared, stating that the amendment does not require any further CEQA review. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Bernard. Appreciate your report. I just have one question for you. I want to know about the junior ADU. Who determines if you're going to get a junior ADU? How is that determined?
The property owner would determine. They have an option to build an ADU subject to the ADU requirements, ADU standards, or a JADU. And so if they want to build a smaller unit that, for a family member or to be rented, that could potentially share a bathroom and kitchen facilities and things of that nature, they would then want to build a JADU. If they want it completely independent, they will build an ADU.
Is that attached to the regular structure?
The JADU
And is it
can only be
also,
attached.
I'm sorry?
Can only be attached to the
And
structure.
does that also determine the lot size as well?
Lot size doesn't have anything to do with the development of a JADU or an ADU. The JADU is strictly a matter of preference if the owner wants to have the ability for the resident in the JADU to have access to the single-family home, the primary dwelling.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I wanted to ask that question first before somebody else answered it, because I probably would have forgotten it, so that's why I asked it first. I'm sorry. Commissioner Fowler, it's on you now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was thinking everything was one story until you got to that one slide that talked about two-story, and I'm like, okay, now, tell me again when a
So-
two-story might be applicable?
So the two-story is just, we added that language into the ordinance to cover any non-conforming existing two-story ADUs that we've already approved. So we're straying away. The state allowed for two-story ADUs, and we're providing detached, and we're providing more restrictive guidelines. So we wanted to make sure that in the event that someone wanted to modify the exterior of their ADU, their two-story ADU, that then they would be subject to these window placement guidelines.
But we're not accepting any more.
No.
I just wanted to clarify.
Maximum height is 1 story.
Yes, okay. I just wanted to be clear that I understood that. Okay, I'm fine, thank you. No more
Okay,
questions.
thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Rice?
Okay, the JEDU recommendations that you're making, these are ones that the city of Inglewood are setting up, because I'm working on a project now, and there's a JEDU and ADU in the middle of the backyard. It looks like a farm. But the city of Inglewood is requesting that JEDUs be attached.
Yes, and that's based on state guidelines. That's consistent with what the state already
What
requires.
I'm looking at may not be legal on that other project I'm talking about. So there are definitely two in the middle of the yard.
Yeah.
Converted the garage and then built another unit in the middle of the yard. Okay. That's something else with reference to JADUs. Okay, so the JADUs have to be within the alignment of the house structure itself.
Attached.
Can be attached anywhere to the house itself. Will it have to run off of its own utilities? Or can it run off the house's existing utilities?
Could be, the owner has the option. It could run off the 1 meter, or it could have its own.
Okay, so that means if I have a 3,000 square foot house and I chose to separate a part of that house and make part of an JADU, I can separate my house.
Yeah, but
divide my house.
it just could not exceed 500 square feet.
Thank you.
Whereas a ADU
Right.
could go up to a maximum of 1,000.
Got it. Okay.
Commissioner Trail?
Can you have both an ADU and a JADU on the property?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you.
But again, those are only limited to single-family home lots or properties.
Gotcha.
Are you talking about a R1 zoning then?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Shaw Williams?
Just curious, do you see more JADUs come through than ADUs?
ADUs.
More ADUs?
More ADUs, yeah. Yeah, we generally see more garage conversions than detached. But you know, it's beginning to, the tide is beginning to turn. We're starting to see a few more detached ADUs coming down the pipeline.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Bernard.
Okay, is there any parking restrictions? Because you've indicated that a lot of garage conversions, so is there any parking restrictions? It depends on the location?
Yeah, so the ordinance also deals with parking, and because the state allows for ADUs that are located within a half a mile of public transit or a transit stop, not to require any additional parking, and we've maintained that language in our ordinance. And I would also like to add that upon adoption, so upon your recommendation to City Council and City Council's adoption of the ordinance, staff would then forward the ordinance to HCD for their review and compliance. And so then that would be the second part to this process.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Okay, we have more questions, 30-second questions.
Reference to transit.
Yeah.
With reference to transit stops, I want to make sure that that's clearly understood, that it's not.
Just,
You were asking a question, Mr. Jackson?
just a point of clarification.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure as we move along that we're very clear about what we say in terms of how it affects our city.
Okay.
So,
So once adopted, and the ordinance becomes in effect, we would be enforcing the regulations that you are recommending for adoption and the city council ultimately adopts until we get notice from HCD that something needs to change. All right, so and then we would come back with the miscellaneous ordinance to clean up any changes that are substantive.
He answer your question?
I haven't asked the
He
question.
didn't answer his question yet.
Jackson asked the question.
Okay, Ms.
I apologize, Chair. I just want to make sure we didn't get off of that one and then back over to.
Okay, very good. Commissioner
I
Rice?
just wanted to clarify that the transit stop doesn't have to be a metro train system. It can just be a bus stop.
That's correct. That's correct.
So if it's within how many feet?
Half a mile
Within half a mile of a bus stop.
of a bus stop.
Any,
doesn't
going in
requ-
any
and-
direction?
Doesn't
And that,
requ-
so that
doesn't re-
basically covers the whole city.
Whole city.
Yeah.
No parking required.
That's correct.
That's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions? You have a question? Yeah, you haven't come to me yet. Oh, I thought you had your question already. Did you write it down or? No, go ahead, Commissioner Trio.
I guess I did ask about JADU and ADU on the same side, but I had another question that I think, damn, I just forgot.
Yes, did you write it down?
I did forget it. Why don't you
It's
go
late.
to?
Commissioner Shaw Williams.
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna come back over here and then we're gonna go back to you. Did you remember yet? Okay.
I have no further questions.
You have no, okay.
Further questions?
I blame Mr. Jackson on that.
Yes, this is
Oh, I know,
fun.
I remembered. Okay, once we approve these and they go to council and they approve them, then the state has to approve them?
Mhm.
That's correct.
Hmm.
So once approved, then we will send the ordinance to the state for their review. And typically through their review, they provide comments that we would address. And then once addressed, we would get a certification letter and move it forward.
Okay, so then these,
But also, once the council adopts this ordinance that goes forward, then we start enforcing it.
when the council approves it,
Even
not when
though-
the state does.
Correct.
Even
correct.
though it'll be under review by the state, we'll start enforcing that new ordinance until we determine otherwise from the
okay.
state.
Great, thank you for the clarification, I'm glad I
That's where you
remembered.
come in, Ms. Wilcox, because you'll be with the state, right?
Yes, we will be sending it to Mindy.
Yes, she's gonna recuse herself, very good. Okay,
A
this
lot
is,
of things with the state, maybe
Yes.
you have to recuse yourself.
okay, we're gonna open it up for the general public. Those who are for or against this particular project can come to the mic, state your name, and you have 1 minute. Seeing none, we're gonna close this segment. At this particular point, I need to have a motion.
Motion, I recommend that the Planning Commission affirm categorical exemption EACE 2023-031 and adopt a resolution recommending City Council adoption of zoning code amendment number 2300006 ZCA 23-00006.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. We call for any questions. Hearing none, we'll call for our vote.
Commissioner Fowler,
Aye.
Commissioner Rice,
All right.
Commissioner Trejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw Williams,
Aye.
Chairman Springs.
Aye. Okay, we have the last one, is that 7A?
Chairman, just would like to know there's no appeal process for that
I'm
decision.
sorry.
And also would like to commend Bernard on bringing that amendment forward. It's a huge undertaking and he's done it essentially single-handedly.
Yes, he did a good
And
job.
he's done an amazing job.
Thank
Very
you, Bernard.
Yes,
detailed.
good
Great
job.
job, Bernard.
Good job. Now, before Art gets started, this is the last one. Am I correct in saying that, Art? And these ladies and gentlemen have been sitting here so patiently waiting for them to come up. So we want to make sure they get our utmost attention. So you're up, Art. Let's hear it for these.
Item 7A, non-public hearing to consider an application by Leon Binramon representing 317 La Brea LLC for design review number DR23-00031 to allow the construction of a mixed-use development that consists of 143 residential apartment units, approximately 18,000 square feet of commercial space on the first floor, on an HC Historic Core Zone property at 317 South La Brea Avenue, 100 East Nutwood Street.
Chairman Springs and Commission, the file is present and notice has been given in the form and manner as required by law. Staff received no correspondence from the public on this item, and Planner Arturo Salazar is present to do a short staff presentation.
Good evening, Chairman Springs and members of the commission. The approximately 1.5 acre site is comprised of 2 parcels and an alley proposed to be vacated. The site contains 2 existing non-residential structures that were constructed as office buildings and are located on the 2 parcels. The existing buildings will be demolished and the proposed project is to be developed in 2 phases. The proposed mixed-use building is L-shaped and partially located on the city parcels west of an existing alley with approximately 18,000 square feet of ground floor commercial uses dispersed between the north, south, and west ends of the project along La Brea Avenue, Kelso Street, and Nutwood Street. The 3 levels of at-grade and above-grade parking will be provided for the commercial and residential uses. 143 residential units and 18,900 square feet of residential common and private open space on the 2nd floor through 8th floor and 2 large courtyards on the 2nd floor. The roof deck will provide exterior amenities that include a pool deck along with interior community and recreation rooms. The residential units will be accessible via 2 lobbies located on Nutwood Street and La Brea Avenue. There is an additional interior lobby within the first parking level. The first floor commercial space will be accessible to pedestrians via entrances on Nutwood Street and La Brea Avenue. The project will provide vehicular access via 2-way entrances on Nutwood Street and Kelso Street via the adjacent alley. The proposed mixed-use buildings are designed to incorporate a parking structure. The applicant proposes a contemporary style for the mixed-use building. The mixed-use building will range from approximately 45 feet to 85 feet in height with a modern architectural style exterior, a flat roof, and exterior stairways. Material selections include stucco, vertical composite plank cladding, cement siding, aluminum storefront windows, along with the ground floor and vinyl windows for the residential units. The parking levels of the structure will contain a composite plank cladding on the facade of the building that will provide additional aesthetic value by screening the parking. As proposed, the architectural design of the project is compatible with the area and is in compliance with all requirements of the TOD design guidelines. Currently, the applicant is not proposing surveillance cameras on the interior and exterior of the mixed-use building. However, the applicant will be required to install surveillance cameras on the interior and exterior, which will be monitored in real time for security purposes. The precise location and number of cameras will be determined during site plan review and subject to review by the Inglewood Police Department. The development includes a landscape roof deck and landscape courtyards on the second and fourth floor with decorative composite decking, steel planters, and trees which are adjacent to the residential units. The second and fourth floor outdoor residential common areas will include composite deck walkways leading into garden courtyards with shrubs, black pebble ground cover, trees, and outdoor furniture. The roof deck will include tile walkways, synthetic grass, outdoor furniture, cabana trellis, fire pits, and a children's play structure. Stormwater planters are provided on the perimeter of the mixed-use building along Kelso Street and La Brea Avenue. Water conservation measure will be incorporated into the development. Findings have been made by staff in accordance with the design review standards. The proposed project supports goals of the Active Transportation Plan and strategies of the Energy and Climate Action Plan. The proposed project is consistent with the Downtown TOD Plan. A CADX has been prepared by staff stating that the proposed project is exempt. This concludes staff's presentation. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you, Art.
I just wanted to add, just to provide a little context to this. As many of you know, this is the location of what was the 100 Black Men building, adjacent to a very beautiful landscape area that is across the street from Inglewood High School. The city has worked closely with the developer. That 100 Black Man site it was acquired by the city, and we have worked in cooperation with the developer to get the project to this particular stage. There were some pretty heavy consideration regarding the Surplus Land Act that we had to adhere to, hence the affordability component that's included in the project. We entered into both an ENA exclusive negotiating agreement as well as a disposition and development agreement, of which this is part of that process before the land is conveyed to the developer. I want you to also understand that we also, looked at it with regard to its environmental impact. Staff spoke to that particular issue, and how it would fit in with the character of the neighborhood. So I just want to let you know it was intentional. So this didn't just start. It's been a number of evolutions to get to this particular state. Lastly, the purview really that we're asking you to consider is design-based. So we're looking at architecture, really talking about how it feels with regard to how it fits within the area. So just wanted to give you that context so you understand this is a very comprehensive project for us. And I've been working on it for 6 years. So just to let you know, for us to get to this particular point. So thank you.
Okay, Art, we have some questions for you. We're going to start with Commissioner Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure whether this is staff or the applicant, but I was curious that the percent, and thank you for pointing out about the affordable units, 13 units in the 4th-story building, but only 3 units in the 8th-story. So was there like a total that we had to come up? I mean, I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, and that's why I brought that up, because the Requirement Surplus Land Act required a certain percentage of our parcel to have an affordability component, and that's why you see it primarily centered around our parcel, the city parcel.
Okay.
And that's why you have the number of affordable units you have there. When you move to what we call the contributing parcel, which is the old VFW building, if you recall, the developer we worked with the developer for them to expand the project. We thought we would have a better opportunity to have both commercial and residential if there was an expansion, and the developer was very interested in doing that as well, including the other part of the site, which they weren't able to get, which is, I think, a phone, utility building that but they tried to buy that too. But to expand the project even further. But to answer your question, that's why you have that percentage
Okay,
there.
thank you. I don't have any further questions, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Rice,
No questions.
Commissioner Trail,
I'll reserve my questions.
okay, Commissioner Shaw Williams.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Art. The developers are here.
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Plastic box.
Pick up the mic.
Pick it up.
Pick it up. Okay. Yeah.
There you go.
Deep in the box there. Okay. Hi everyone. Thank you, Art and the planning staff for that great presentation, and thank you, commissioners, for staying so late and hearing us out tonight. My name is Olivia Johnsich. I work with Rand Pastor Nelson. We're a firm that helps out with the land use and entitlements. I'm joined by Jeff Zybkowski, who is the lead architect on the project. He's going to answer all of your design questions. Just to kind of round out the picture of the project, I know there was a question about affordability. I wanted to give some additional statistics to illustrate what we're proposing today. Phase 1, what we call Phase 1, which is the city-owned parcel on the west side of the site, will have 31 total units, with 13 of those as very low-income household units. And very low income is reserved for households making only 50% of the area median income as a calculation of that, the income level. And then Phase 2, which is the larger building, 8 stories, on the currently privately owned parcel fronting on La Brea, will have 112 total units with 3 very low income. Across the board, the project is split with 80 one-bedroom units, 40 two-bedroom units, 3 3-bedrooms, and 20 studios. And as well as across the board for the entire project, there's a total of 224 parking spaces, which is distinguished between 186 residential spaces for the 143 units, as well as 38 commercial spaces for the 3 ground floor commercial components that we have. And then I think a really nice feature of this that we might get into in design questions is the various open spaces. Art illustrated this with the landscape plan, but there's a variety of different spaces. Phase 2, the larger building, provides 2 courtyards, and those tenants will also have access to the open spaces provided in Phase 1, which includes 3 separate courtyards, which are meant to be activated in different ways, as well as interior community rooms on that top level. So with that, you want to say anything? Yeah, I'll let Jeff.
Yeah, thank you, Olivia, and thank you for everyone for taking the time to review the project this evening. My name is Jeff Zybkowski. I'm the principal of JZA, and I've been working on this project for 6 years now. It's gone through many iterations, and we're very happy to see it here today in the current state of it. I did want to add a few things about the overall design and the massing, which I think will be probably some of your questions. We did focus the larger scope of the project on La Brea, which is the main arterial street running north-south through the city, also closer to the historic core, Market Street, as well as the transit center across from La Brea. This also allowed us to step down the massing closer to Grevelayer Art Park, which has many interesting features, including the memorial just 1 block north of this project site. So we did want to respect the context of the existing buildings and also provide a number of outdoor amenity spaces that kind of capture the western sunset that we get to see here in Southern California.
Very good. Okay, I think we're going to have some questions for you. So we're going to start with Commissioner Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you just go over, in both the buildings, you talked about the number of commercial space and the number of bedrooms, and I was trying to understand the approximate square footage of those rooms?
Sure. I'll start with the bedroom breakdown. So of the 143 units total, there are 80 one-bedrooms, 40 two-bedrooms, 3 3-bedrooms, and 20 studios. Again, Phase 1, the building on the west side, will have 31 of those units that are generally dispersed proportionally across those unit types. And the remaining 112 units are in the larger building on La Brea. And then in terms of the commercial space, phase 2, which is the building on La Brea, will have ground floor commercial space that measures 8,700 square feet. Phase 1 on the west side, the larger building, will have 2 spaces, one along Nutwood on the north side, which is 2,040 square feet, and then one on the south side along Kelso, which is 7,300 square feet. At this time, tenants for those spaces have not been exactly selected because we're still pretty early on in finishing the entitlement process, but because of the design and the amount of space, there is great opportunities for a lot of different, or a variety of different options to fill those spaces.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Rice?
Olivia and Jeff, I don't know who's going to answer this question. However, once all of your entitlements are in place, how long do you think it's going to take to complete this project? Based on your performer, what will be the market rate rents? And if I understand you correctly, the affordable rents would be, not affordable, low-income rents would be 50% of that. Is that correct?
Yes, the very low income units, the 31 units will be 16 units VLI, excuse me, will be 50% of AMI at the time that the building opens. And so those rent levels and the area median income assessment is done annually. And so at the time that opens, we'll follow that rent schedule exactly based on the unit types. I don't really have a sense of the market rate, and that is, like you said, kind of dependent on when it actually opens. Do you want to talk to construction schedule?
Were you referring to construction schedule or design schedule for
So
start
once all of your
construction?
entitlements are in and your designs, you're ready to build, how long will it take before you'll be able to, how long are you projecting the construction is going to be?
Phase 1 would probably take 18 to 24 months. Phase 2 would probably take another 18 to 24 months.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Commissioner Trio?
Yes, thank you. Can you tell me what security features have been designed, since we're doing a design review here, what security features have been designed into the project, particularly since you're going to have entrances and exits to the property that are accessible with the public sidewalks on 3 sides of the buildings? What safety features have you designed into this?
Sure. So the technical drawings for the safety features will be developed during site plan review and permitting, but our expectation is to have interior and exterior security cameras, of course, throughout the building. Those will be designed with a security company who will target, make sure that the areas that are at most risk will be addressed. There will also be a fob access to the building.
A what, I'm sorry?
As a fob key, which is like an electronic key a tenant must use in order to open the door.
Oh.
So that the residential components will be completely separate from the commercial, and they will be fobbed, it's like a verb, but fob keyed so that tenants can only access those spaces and no one can walk in off the street and get into the door. Those spaces, the lobby areas for the residential are on La Brea for the building on the fronts on La Brea, and then on Nutwood for the building that runs north-south. And I heard your comment earlier on a different project about the need
That's
to
where I'm going, yeah.
Yeah, kind of create a separation from the sidewalk. So the first level of separation is, of course, that key access. And then the second level in this case is there's stairway doors and elevator doors. I know that it's not exactly what you were describing, but the lobbies will be secured, separated, and require the tenants to be able to only access them themselves. Yeah. There's also an on-site manager 100% of the time will live in the building. And then typically these buildings have, security systems that are already hooked up to the police or a security company that will be able to respond as soon as possible if there's an emergency.
How about to the commercial?
Commercial space will also have a level of security that would be a separate, separate design, but that would be focused on creating security during off hours. Of course, if the commercial space is a retail or a store or restaurant, they have the rules to keep the doors open during business hours. Those do have direct entrances on and off of the street in order to kind of create that easy access for commercial patrons. But those will have their own security system, camera system. They'll be alarmed at night when the businesses are not open.
Okay, I'm gonna,
Thank you.
I think more is required, much like we required of the bingo hall project that was before us. I think, again, in this day and age, I think that the security cameras and all of that, I think they're great and they should be there. Yeah. But those are like after something has occurred. And nowadays, in my opinion, and I don't think I'm alone in this, we have to do things more preventative. We have to add another layer of security. And I really think that the anteroom, as I'm calling it, is something that I'm going to condition on this for, and you can work with site plan review as to where it's going to be located, but certainly I want it in the lobby with the residential and any of the commercial uses along the sidewalks. The sidewalks, the people from the sidewalks go directly into that. I think it's just something that must be there, and that I'm going to be bringing that up in every other project that comes up in the future. But it's critical. It's critical, and I
Understood,
will
yeah.
condition it.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Shaw Williams?
Hi, I'm curious, do you have to use your key card to have access to the elevator?
Yes, that would be something that is
Because that's a good
fobbed
security
as well.
prevention,
Yeah, that
too.
creates that kind of 2 levels like we were talking about.
Right. And are you going to have EV stations?
Yes, 30% of the parking spaces will have to be EV installed or EV ready so that they can be installed at a later date. And that it will be consistent with the California Building Green Code, which requires a certain kind of tiers of charging installation as time goes on.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you.
Okay, I have no questions, so I think we need a motion on the floor, or is there any further questions? Hearing none. Okay, is there a motion on the floor? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no public hearing. Or what? Non-public hearing.
Mr. Director, or?
Okay, moving along. I move that we affirm categorical exemption, EACE 2022-103, adopt the attached resolution approving DR 23-00031, subject to the 7 conditions noted, plus a condition that anterooms be required for any areas that are accessed from the public sidewalks.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved in second. We call for any questions?
Just one. With reference
Wait a minute, I'm
to-
sorry.
Just one question.
Before you do the one question, you second the motion, and now you're going to ask the question as well?
Can.
Really?
General question has nothing to do with my motion. Just a staff question.
Go ahead, put your question.
Just wanted to make certain,
Microphone, please.
with Saffron, with another company that was in town doing the construction, we approved the design reviews, and then they had to come back later and they devalue the finishes they were putting on. And to the degree that that happens with this project, will they have to come back before this body, or will they do that with staff?
Yeah, if there was a significant modification of the exterior design as demonstrated by the architect, it would have to come back to this body.
Thank you.
So staff would be responsible for determining that kind of level. Yeah, okay.
That's all.
Okay. Any other questions? Call for the vote.
Commissioner Fowler,
Aye.
Commissioner Rice,
Aye.
Commissioner Trejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Shaw Williams,
Aye.
Chairman Springs.
Aye. Is there a appeal procedure on this one, Ms. Wilcox?
Yes, Chairman. There is an appeal process. This case can be appealed within 10 days from the notice of Planning Commission action by the applicant by filing a written notification to the Planning Division and submitting an appeal fee of $389, at which time the file will be transmitted to the City Council for their consideration.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations on your project.
Congratulations.
Okay, we're almost there, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, we would like to open up public comments. Anyone wishing to address the Planning Commission on any matters within their jurisdiction and not elsewhere considered on the agenda may do so at this time. Hearing, seeing none, we're going to close this segment, and we're going to open it up for commissioners' initiatives. We're going to start our initiative process with, on this end, with Commissioner Fowler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to remind the community that Councilwoman Gray had hosted a shared meeting with Inglewood Unified School District on community schools on October 30th. It was a very impactful, and they had a great turnout. The November 8th, there was scheduled a town hall for District 1 that's going to be rescheduled for a later time in the month. So I wanted people to be aware of that. Also, on November, I believe it's 12th and 13th, there's a citywide art festival. And District 1 will be hosting at the Miracle Theater Galleries 1 and 2. So people may want to come out and share that. And then on November 15th, Councilwoman Gray will be having a meeting with all of her commissioners. And then finally, on November 21st, there will be a turkey giveaway at SoFi. And so all of this information you can find on the city's website under Councilwoman Gray's link with all the current dates. Thank you. That closes my remarks.
Thank you. Commissioner Rice?
Everyone have a very happy Thanksgiving. I'm
Oh,
done.
yeah. Happy Thanksgiving. Yeah.
Commissioner Trio?
Yes, I want to ask that, I guess, code enforcement go check out 4167 Century Boulevard, which I'm not sure what it is, but I think it's a tire sales and repair shop. They have an open area in front, fenced. It's got about a 5-foot wrought iron fence, but the tires are stacked up really, really high. And I don't know how they get through there, but it's stacked really high. Also in the back where it faces the alley. And it not only is an eyesore, I think it's hazardous because there's a gas station right next door to it. So if anything happens, those things will go up in flames, and that's bad. So I'd like somebody to please check that out. Also, I want to thank staff for my birthday wishes that I received in the mail. Thank you very much. That's so nice to get something in the mail as opposed to an email or a text. So I do appreciate that. Thank you. And I also would like to say happy Thanksgiving to everybody. It's amazing that we're so close to Thanksgiving and then the holidays. Thank you.
Commissioner Shaw Williams?
Yes, I'd like to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving as well. And I'm looking at the score for the Lakers and the Clippers, and the Lakers 130, Clippers 125. The game is over. Yeah. So come back. But other than that, thank you. Just enjoy and enjoy your family and your friends and be safe.
Wait till they play it at the new arena.
Okay,
That's right.
there's a code enforcement, there's like a mattress, bed, couch, where Broadway Federal, no, I'm sorry, not Broadway Federal. First Bank on Market,
City First?
City First, thank you, in that alleyway.
Oh, Broadway Federal. And that, yeah, that actually will go to our waste hauler contract, but we'll have code enforcement follow up on it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I want to tell you a story if I can. The story will last about maybe a minute. And it's in regards to bingo. And before I get started on my story, congratulations to you, Ms. Wilcox. We're going to miss you. We really will going to miss you for sure, no doubt. You were a tremendous part to our family. So I'm saddened that you're leaving our family. I really am. But I understand. I understand. But anyway, I want to tell you this story, and it's only going to last about a minute. It's a really good story. And it's about bingo. There was this lady, a family, a husband and wife, and she was a regular bingo player. And she would go out and play bingo on a regular basis. So the first night she had gone out and she won a washer and a dryer. And her husband said, well, where did you win this washer and dryer? She said, I won it at bingo. He said, well, right on. So she went the next night and she came back and she won a 50-inch color TV. And he said to her, well, where did you get this TV? I mean, where did you win this TV? She said, I won it at bingo. He said, well, right on. So the next night she goes, she wins again, and she wins a 450 Mercedes Benz. She drives in the driveway. Her husband looks out the window. She comes into the house. Her husband says, well, where did you get the Mercedes? She said, I won it at bingo. So now she's going to bingo the next night. He runs some bath water for her, and he just puts a little bit of water in the tub. So she gets in the tub. She says, well, why you put just a little bit of water in the tub? He says, I didn't want to get your bingo card wet.
I was making room for the yeah.
Did you write that down?
And that ends my meeting.
I
I'm going to adjourn on that one right now.
I
I'm
meant to
gonna run out of
add,
here.
and I'm sorry, Chair, I meant to add that with everything getting emotional with Mindy, we are going to be holding our department Thanksgiving lunch, and you will be receiving invitations out. That's where we'll be doing some celebratory actions. So I'll be working with you to make sure that all of you can attend, okay? For our department Thanksgiving celebration, let's put it that way.
Is it going to be in-house?
It'll be in-house. Not Christmas yet.
And lastly,
Or
this,
December the 1st.
December the 1st. December? Okay.
Correct.
And we mentioned, Mr. Jackson, you and I had talked about it's a possibility that we'll be able to go to the Entombment Dome again, take another look at it.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And lastly, we had Chairman Shaw Williams and I had a difficult time getting in the building because of our card. I didn't use mine, she used hers, so.
We'll work with our IT to make sure all the badges are, and can we just send an email out to them tomorrow? And then we'll verify, Chairman Springs, when you come back in, to do the resolutions, you can just verify that
Okay.
your badge works.
Very good. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.